Chapter 743. This was a crazy night, and also the most indulgent night Seito had ever had. After taking the virginity of all 6 palace maids and having a great battle with Kagura, Seito was finally satisfied and released his essence. What followed was naturally a good night's sleep. The next morning, the 6 maids, who still remembered their status despite being favored by Ito Seiji, endured the pain of having their gourds broken and got up from their beds. They then helped Ito Seiji, Jiang Lihua, and Kagura get dressed. Okay, you 6 have a good rest today. If there's anything else, leave it to someone else. After dressing, Seito said to the 6 palace maids, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The 6 palace maids were happy to hear this and responded in unison. Good. Seito nodded, turned around, and walked out of the palace. He boarded the carriage that had been waiting outside, and under the guidance of Tonglin, he went to the Heaven Origin Palace. You 6. After Seito left, Kagura, who was sitting on the throne in the palace, looked at the 6 palace maids and said in a dignified manner. Skipping the part where Kagura was lecturing the palace maids, the scene changed back to Seito. After a few twists and turns, Ito Sei finally arrived at the Heaven Origin Hall. Greetings, Your Majesty. After Seito walked to the high jade throne and sat down, all the ministers in the palace bowed and saluted. Rise, Seito said lightly. Your Majesty, today there are several letters of credence submitted by the leaders of the rebel countries. Please instruct Your Majesty. After everyone straightened up, one of the ministers walked to the middle of the palace and saluted Seito. No need to pay attention to it, just delay it, Seito said with a slight frown. But Your Majesty, isn't this a bit inappropriate? The minister said with a hesitant expression. Do as I say, Seito said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. The minister, who could hear the dissatisfaction in Seito's tone, felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly cupped his fists in response. Your Majesty, there are a number of countries that are willing to send troops. Would Your Majesty agree to assist in the attack on the Britannia Empire? After the minister returned to the line, another minister walked out of the line and came to the middle. He bowed and said, Haha, these countries are quite tactful. Seito chuckled. Then, he said to the minister below, approved. Also, record the name of this country. Yes. The official replied and returned to the queue. Your Majesty. After him, another minister stepped forward. He bowed and said, just like that, one by one, the ministers asked Seito for instructions on all sorts of important decisions regarding the Chinese Empire. It was almost noon. Only then did he finish dealing with everything. Dismissed. Seeing that no one spoke, Tonglun shouted under Seito's signal. Farewell, Your Majesty. The ministers bowed and said. After finishing the morning meeting, Seito left the Heaven Origin Hall and directly returned to the Emperor's bedroom. My dear, you're back. Seeing Seito walking into the hall, Kagura smiled happily. Uh-huh. Seito also smiled and nodded. Then, while walking towards Kagura, he asked, By the way, did Kirihara and the others send any news? Yes. After Seito came closer, Kagura, who got up from her seat, reached out and grabbed Seito's arm, pulled him to the main seat, and said, Kirihara said that those districts that weren't active in resisting the Britannia Empire are now actively contacting us, expressing their willingness to send troops to resist the Britannia Empire. As for those districts that were originally willing to cooperate with us, they've already sent troops. They've already sent troops to attack the Britannia Empire's army. It seems that the goddess that fell in the mortal world has a great influence, Seito said with a smile as he let Kagura sit on his lap and wrapped his arms around her waist. Yes, Kagura agreed. What's the EU's attitude? Seito asked again. Not so good. Perhaps it's because he was scared too much that his attitude towards us suddenly became a lot colder, Kagura said with a dissatisfied expression. It doesn't matter. If the EU wants to cause trouble, I don't mind letting another goddess fall in their territory. Seito coldly snorted. At the same time, in the Britannia Empire, Prime Minister, this is the latest information from the neighboring countries. In Skenetzel's Prime Minister's office, a man dressed like a military officer handed a stack of information to Schnetzel, who was sitting behind the desk. Schnetzel took the information, lowered his head, and flipped through it. Looks like the situation isn't very optimistic. After a while, Schnetzel, who had finished reading the information, gently put it back on the desk, then looked up at the military officer and said, "Yes." The military officer nodded and admitted. "What's the situation with the Chinese Empire's troops that invaded our territory?" Schnetzel asked again. "In just a day's time yesterday, they've already crossed over half of Siberia and are approaching the Empire's territory. At the same time, around 10 a.m. this morning, the strange ship that once bombed the Empire's capital also appeared in the Chinese Federation's army." The military officer reported. "What's the situation with the Empire's troops?" Schnetzel asked. "Excluding the troops that need to be stationed in various places, the rest of the country's troops have already been transferred to the capital circle's outer perimeter. Due to time constraints, apart from the First Legion that has already arrived, the other troops are still on their way. It'll probably take them another 10 hours or so to arrive." The military officer replied. "Pay attention to the air defense. Don't let the previous incident repeat itself." Schnetzel reminded. "Yes, Your Highness." The military officer saluted with a firm expression. "All right, you may leave for now," Schnetzel said. The military officer saluted Schnetzel again, then turned around and left Schnetzel's office. "Your Imperial Majesty, what will you do now?" After watching the military officer leave, Schnetzel turned to look in the direction of the Imperial Palace. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything as he muttered to himself. At this moment, inside the Imperial Palace, apart from a few people, there was a place that was completely unknown to others. "Cha Lulu, you seem to be in trouble." In this environment, the sky was like a sunset. On the left and right, there was an iron pillar that twisted endlessly like a genetic spiral. Only in the middle was a floating golden platform. A short young man who looked to be only 8 or so years old, but his long silver hair reached the ground, spoke to the Emperor of the Britannia Empire, Zalaruji, Britannia, who was beside him. "It's nothing, just a clown with a bit of strength. It won't affect our plans." Cha Lulu's gaze was fixed on the dusky yellow sky in front of him as he spoke calmly. "Although it won't affect us, it would delay our plans. That's not good." The young man spoke softly with a smile on his face. "You should be prepared, big brother." Cha Lulu slightly turned his head to the young man beside him and said, "Send out the assassins of the Order and kill that Wu-Wei Emperor. Then, take advantage of the chaos in the Chinese Federation to retake Japan and complete our plan." The young man still had a smile on his face as he spoke. "All right," Cha Lulu replied calmly. "Then prepare an ambassador. I'll have the assassins disguise themselves as his military officers and meet with that Wu-Wei Emperor." The young man ordered. "All right." Cha Lulu turned around and said. After that, the two of them didn't say anything else. After a while, the young man's figure slowly disappeared from this space. Cha Lulu stayed in this space for a while longer before slowly walking down the stairs and returning to the Imperial Palace. Following that, Cha Lulu did not hesitate and immediately called for a noble to come over. He ordered him to represent himself in an audience with the Wu-Wei Emperor. As for the reason for the audience, it was to discuss the ceasefire agreement between the two countries. Although this reason was a bit embarrassing for the Britannia Empire that had always been tough to the outside world, it was still acceptable under the deterrence of the goddess of love. Not to mention, in Cha Lulu's heart, as long as his ambition could be achieved, the Empire's reputation was not worth mentioning because the existence of the Empire existed for the sake of his ambition. Under the excitement of the ambassador who thought that he could make a name for himself, the emissary group mixed with the assassins of the church met up with him. They boarded a military plane and flew to the Zhujin city of Luoyang in the Chinese Federation at high speed. A few hours later, after layers of checks, the plane of the Britannia Empire's ambassador finally landed in Luoyang's military airport. Then, the members of the Britannia Empire's ambassador group were led by the officials of the Empire's Ministry of Rights into the Luoyang Royal Hotel and waited for the Wu-Wei Emperor to summon them. Finally here, I like to see how this diplomatic mission is going to negotiate. At the same time, Sei Ito, who understood the situation of the ambassador group from Tong Luan's report, thought in his mind. For the rest of the day, nothing else happened that was worthy of Sei Ito's attention. So he had time to accompany Jiang Lihua, who had completely given herself to him, and Kagura, who had completely given herself to him, to improve their relationship. Of course, he also accompanied the 6 maids who had given themselves to him. Although it was due to various reasons, they gave their first time to him, so they were considered as women, even if they were the kind that didn't have any feelings for him. After that, the night passed without any words, and it was the next day again. Under the service of the 6 maids, Sei Ito, who had washed up and eaten, once again boarded the carriage outside the palace and went to the Qianyuan Palace to deal with the important matters of the empire that the ministers couldn't decide on. After all the matters were dealt with, Tonglun, who received Sei Ito's signal, shouted loudly, "Summon the ambassador of Britannia." Following Tonglun's shout, the ambassador dressed in Britannia's noble attire and an attendant under the guidance of a young eunuch quickly walked into Qianyuan Great Hall. Chapter 744. Britannia Empire's envoy, Betsy Fergus, greets His Majesty the Emperor of Wu-wei. After entering Qianyuan Hall, the Britannia's envoy stood in the middle of the hall left by the ministers and saluted. That boy seems to be. Ito Sei's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the appearance of the ambassador and his entourage. His eyes flashed as he thought to himself. "Rise." Sei Ito suppressed the thoughts in his heart and said indifferently, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The envoy straightened and thanked him. "Speak. What did your empire's emperor send you here for?" Sei Ito's eyes unobtrusively looked at the young man standing behind the envoy. He had a thin figure, a pale complexion, and light brown short hair. He seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old. "It's like this. His Majesty the Emperor sent me here to discuss the matter of the armistice between the 2 countries with Your Majesty." Hearing the inquiry, the envoy first sorted out his thoughts and then opened his mouth to speak. As soon as the envoy's voice fell, the ministers standing in Qianyuan Hall immediately whispered to each other. Obviously, they didn't quite believe the envoy's words. After all, as far as they could remember, Britannia had never negotiated with any other country. They had always sent troops to conquer the other country and put it under their control. And just when the Qianyuan Hall was in a state of discussion, a pale pink light suddenly spread out from the young man behind the envoy. In less than a second, the light enveloped the entire Qianyuan Hall. It really is him. In the second season, Lolo was sent by Jia Lulu to disguise as Lulu's younger brother. Feeling the sudden sluggishness in his body, Sei Ito looked at the young man who took out a dagger from his cuff and quickly walked to the high platform. Although this geas that can stop people's perception of time is very powerful, but unfortunately, you met me. Even if my body can't move, my spiritual power is not something you can contend against, Sei Ito said in his heart. After thinking, his mind changed. A needle-like thin beam of telekinesis suddenly appeared in front of Sei Ito's forehead. Under Lolo's stunned gaze, it quickly shot toward him and pierced his forehead in the blink of an eye. "Explode," Sei Ito secretly shouted in his heart. Bang! In an instant, only a muffled sound was heard. Lolo's advancing footsteps immediately stopped. His eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and all the other holes in his face were all bleeding uncontrollably. Plop! Lolo's body heavily fell to the ground. With Lolo's fall, his geas ability immediately disappeared from Qianyuan Hall, causing the ministers and the ambassador's perception of time return to normal. He came back to his senses. The ambassador, who suddenly realized that Rollo had fallen to the ground, subconsciously cried out. At this time, Sei suddenly loudly shouted, "The guards. Immediately Emperor's head, Emperor, the Emperor head hall, the Emperor head. Arrest the ambassador of Britannia." Ito Sei ordered loudly. "Yes," the Imperial Guard replied. He quickly walked up to the ambassador of Britannia and pinned him down while he was at a loss. "Wu-wei Emperor, "Wei Emperor, why are you doing this?" The Britannian ambassador, who was already in a complete panic, asked in a loud voice. "Take him away." Seito ignored him and ordered. After the imperial army escorted the ambassador out of Qianyuan Hall, Seito called out to Tong Lun, who was standing beside him. "Your Majesty." Tong Lun cupped his fists and bowed. "Send someone to the post house immediately and arrest all the ambassadors from Britannia. Send them to the Meridian Gate together with the ambassador just now to be executed." Seito ordered coldly. "Yes." Tong Lun accepted the order. "By the way, remember to ask Rahart to broadcast the beheading process to the world." Seito instructed again before Tong Lun left. "Yes." Tong Lun accepted the order and quickly walked down the high platform. He walked out of Qianyuan Hall and went to handle some matters for Seito. Seito stood up from his jade throne and waved his sleeves. He turned around and shouted, "Dismissed. Farewell, Your Majesty." The ministers, who were still confused by the sudden turn of events, bowed and saluted in unison. "I was just worrying about how to continue showing my tyrannical image to the world. Now that I think about it, I really have to thank you, Cha Lulu, and that 10,000-year Shoda." Seito thought to himself on the way to the imperial harem. But looking at the time, the people closest to me should have already entered the rebellious countries and carried out the assassination mission on the rebellious generals. Seito looked up at the sky and secretly calculated. Just as Seito was calculating, in some luxurious buildings in the rebellious countries under the former Chinese Federation, the rebellious generals were assassinated by their close friends, subordinates, outsiders, or strangers. Only the scarlet words were left on their bodies. "Those who rebel against the Wei Emperor die." The white cloth showed why they died. 2 days later, as more rebellious generals died and the image of the Britannia's diplomatic delegation being beheaded spread, Seito, who originally bombed the capital of the Britannia Empire, destroyed the goddess of love, as Annihilation Legion, and killed all the ministers in order to govern the empire, was finally recognized by the world. At the same time, in these 2 days, the troops led by Lishinka, Karen, Zhou Xianlin, and Valletta crossed the entire Siberia and entered Europe along the route from Russia to Europe. Finally, the Archangel and the Britannia's army finally clashed and started a fierce battle. However, under the command of Lishinka, who had the wisdom and political skills comparable to Leluxiu, as well as the skills of the Blackwood Vermilion Bird, and Zhou Xianlin, who was almost as good as Lishinka, the Britannia's military formation could not withstand a single blow. It was destroyed by the exquisite art of command of the two, without much resistance. When the Britannia saw this, they had no choice but to send out their last force, for the 12 Knights of the Round Table, to carry out a one-on-one battle against Lishinka, Karen, Zhou, Xianlin, and Valletta. However, the performance of their bodies was completely inferior to the 9th generation, Guinevere, and Red Lotus Heavenly Baji style. They were also slightly weaker than the modified God Tiger and Flying Phoenix that were close to the 8th generation. Therefore, not long after the two sides clashed, they were defeated by Lishinka, Karen, Zhou, Xianlin, and Valletta. If it weren't for Seito's reminder to spare the lives of the female Knights of the Round Table, the 12th Knight, Monica Klyuchevsky, and the 9th Knight, Nanette Enneagram, would have died on the spot like the other 2 Knights of the Round Table. At this point, the 12 Knights of the Round Table, which were already incomplete, were only left with the 1st Knight, Bismarck Waldstein, the 3rd Knight, Genevieve Blue, the 4th Knight, Doretta Ernst, and the 6th Knight, Anya Alstrom, who had the soul of Mariana in her body. Without the obstruction of the Knights of the Round Table, the Chinese Empire's army, supported by the artillery fire of the Archangel, broke through the Britannia's army like a hot knife through butter and rushed straight to the capital of the Britannia Empire. "Looks like it won't be long before I can set foot on the land of Britannia," Seito said with a smile as he threw the information in his hand to the side. "Yes, it won't be long before, my dear. You will be the monarch who owns 2/3 of the world's territory." Her arms were wrapped around Seito's neck, her chest was pressed tightly against Seito's back, and she rested her chin on his shoulder. What happened next was a lot more logical. Under the leadership of the two world's top military commanders, Li Shinka and Zhou Xianglin, the Chinese Empire's army took less than a week to reach the original territory of the United Kingdom. This was because most of the time was spent on the road. It was also at this time that the Chinese Empire's army encountered a strong resistance for the first time. After Li Shinka's investigation, she learned that the one who led the resistance was the Prime Minister of the Britannia Empire, the second Prince, Sconazel. He was also the only person in the original work who defeated Leluxiu in a national-level chess game. But still, in the face of absolute power, no matter how strong one's strategy was, it was useless. Not to mention, in a situation where both sides were equally intelligent, the Chinese Empire, with greater power, only paused for a moment, then once again broke through the Britannia's defense line and officially stepped into the capital circle. After this battle, the remaining 4 Knights of the Round Table were completely annihilated at the cost of 2 of them being killed and 2 of them being captured. The only thing that troubled Karen and Valletta was the battle with the First Knight. Because the First Knight had a geas that could predict the future, the Two's attacks often missed or hit their own allies. Fortunately, the Two's performance was superior, so they weren't shot down by the First Knight's counterattack. Seeing this, Karen and Valletta knew that 1 or 2 people couldn't take him down, so they didn't insist on fighting him one-on-one. Instead, they directly went to Li Shinka and Zhou Xianglin and fought with the help of the Archangel. In this way, in a situation where the Four's performance was almost superior to his, even if he had the ability to predict the future, he couldn't gain much of an advantage. In the end, he could only severely injure the Flying Phoenix in the end. Then he was unwillingly blown up by the laser beam of the Guinevere. At this point, the capital of Britannia, which had completely lost its high-end defense force, was like a naked woman in front of the Chinese Empire's army. Then, Li Shinka led the troops with the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extreme Style and Guinevere as the vanguard, the Archangel in the middle, and the other steel skeletons and Long Dan as support, and Li Shinka leading the troops to surround the capital. Chapter 745. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Shinka, Zhou Xianglin, and some of the generals in the Chinese Empire camp outside the capital of the Britannia Empire saluted Ito, Sei, as he walked into the command room. Rise, everyone, Sei Ito said as he sat down on the main seat. Xianglin, how are you feeling? Sei Ito didn't ask about military matters or anything else. Instead, he looked at Zhou Xianglin, who was standing behind Li Shinka, and asked with concern, Your Majesty, thanks to the protective clothing Your Majesty gave me, my body didn't suffer any injuries. Zhou Xianglin felt warmth in her heart when she saw Sei Ito care so much about her. At the same time, she felt touched and bowed. That's good. Ito Sei breathed a sigh of relief. What's the situation like now? Did anyone escape from the capital? Sei Ito asked Li Shinka about the situation in the Britannia Empire's capital. Your Majesty, after the encirclement was completed, no one left the capital. Li Shinka replied, Then according to your investigation, before the encirclement was completed, did any members of the royal family leave? Sei Ito asked with a frown. I can't be sure, but according to my speculations, a large number of nobles and royal family members escaped from the capital. Li Shinka lowered her head and replied, Forget it. Let them escape. We'll discuss it again after we take down the Britannia Empire. Sei Ito shook his head and said, Now, I order you to attack the Britannia Empire. Sei Ito then looked at Li Shinka, Zhou Xianglin, and the rest of the generals in the room and ordered in a deep voice, Yes, Your Majesty. Li Shinka and the others bowed and accepted the order. They then walked out of the room and commanded the troops to attack the Britannia Empire. Ja Alulu, Vivi, I wonder if you'll choose to escape from the capital or stay in the Akasha system and wait for a chance to rise again. Sei Ito looked at the Britannia Empire's palace as he watched them leave. He then retracted his gaze, got up, and left the command room. Cornelia and Euphemia went to the other room that had been set up for them. Ito Sei, who came to the door, did not knock on the door. He directly opened the door and went in. Bang! Seito closed the door. Cornelia, the Britannia Empire is about to be destroyed. Now, have you thought of the answer? Ito-sei looked at Cornelia, who was sitting next to Sophie. I, Cornelia, am a woman of my word. The strength you have displayed has indeed reached or exceeded my expectations. Therefore, I agree to become your consort. I will fight for you and help you unify this world. Cornelia stared back at Seito without blinking. When Yufei heard that her elder sister was going to get married to Seito, she instinctively covered her mouth and exclaimed, "All right. After the imperial capital is conquered, I will officially announce to the public that you are my consort and then hold a wedding ceremony with you," Seito said as he slowly walked towards Cornelia. "However, when the time comes, there may be 2 or 3 other women who will become my consorts with you. I hope you don't mind. As a member of the royal family, I am already prepared for this kind of thing. It doesn't matter if I mind or not," Cornelia said in a mocking tone. "It's good that you don't mind." Seito stood in front of Cornelia and reached out his hand to caress her cheek. He then turned his head to look at Euphemia, who still had an incredulous expression in her eyes, and teased, "How about it, Euphemia? Do you want to become a consort with your elder sister?" Euphemia, who was startled by Seito's sudden words, subconsciously exclaimed, "Seito, don't have any bad intentions towards Euphemia. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Cornelia frowned and glared at Seito. "I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to keep Euphemia by your side for you. After all, Euphemia will be considered a relative in the future. She can't live in the harem as she pleases. If you want to stay with her and protect her, becoming one of my consorts with you is a good choice." Seito glanced at Euphemia, whose cheeks were blushing, and said with a chuckle, "Even so, Euphemia must be willing. You can't force her," Cornelia said in a deep voice after a pause. "Of course, Euphemia is so kind and cute. I can't bear to force her." Seito laughed, and then continued to remind her, "It's just that we don't have much time to conquer the imperial capital, pacify the environment, announce to the public that you are the consort, and prepare for the wedding. There are only a few days left. If we don't make a decision quickly, Euphemia may not be able to make it in time for the wedding ceremony. You don't have to worry about this. You'd better mind your own business," Cornelia said in a stiff tone. "Okay, it's up to you." Seito shook his head slightly and said with a smile. Then, he lowered his head and kissed Cornelia's dark purple lips under Euphemia's wide-eyed gaze. He stuck out his tongue and tangled it with hers. Although Cornelia agreed to become Seito's consort and accepted the fact that her body would belong to Seito in the future, being molested in front of Euphemia still made Cornelia feel ashamed and angry. She forcefully pushed Seito away from her with both hands. "Bastard!" Cornelia glared at Seito and scolded with a blushing face. Tastes good." Seito stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Then he looked at Euphemia's blushing face and Cornelia's embarrassed and angry face and said, "Okay, I won't disturb you sisters. I have to deal with other things. But I'm looking forward to your good news, Euphemia." After that, he smiled at Euphemia and turned to walk out of the room where the two were placed. In the faint sound of gunfire in the sky, he came to the temporary cell used to imprison the 4 knights of the Round Table. Wu Wei, Emperor of the Chinese Federation. Hearing the footsteps, the 9th knight, Nanette Enneagram, turned her head in the direction of the sound and said in a deep voice, "It's great that I can see the 4 beauties of the knights of the Round Table at once. No wonder I spent so much effort to let my subordinates keep you alive." Hearing Nanette's voice, Seito slowly walked to the cell where Nanette and the 12th knight were imprisoned. Monica, who had blonde hair and looked like a girl next door, gave off a delicate feeling. He looked at Nanette and Monica and smiled. "What? Do you still want our bodies?" The forthright Nanette looked at Seito and said without restraint, "If it's possible, of course I don't mind." Seito shrugged and smiled. Wishful thinking. Before Nanette could speak, another slightly hoarse female voice came from the cell behind Seito. "I remember that you are loyal to the Britannia Emperor. now that the Britannia Empire is about to be destroyed by me. That is to say, the object of your loyalty is about to disappear. Now, are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me? Sei Ito turned to look at the fourth knight, Doretta Ernst, who had dark brown skin and black hair tied into a thick whip behind her head, and said. At the same time, this sentence was also said to the 9th and 12th knights. Oomph. Doretta snorted and ignored Sei Ito's question. Seeing this, Sei Ito shrugged and chuckled. I know that in your knight's rules, there is a rule of never betraying. But it doesn't matter. After I destroy the Britannia Empire, the object of your loyalty will disappear. At that time, you won't be able to say whether you betrayed me or not. At that time, I hope you can give me the answer I want. Otherwise, I don't mind using some violent means to make you submit to me. Then, Sei Ito's eyes turned and looked at the 6th knight, Anya Alstrom, who was sitting in the corner of the cell with her head lowered and playing with her camera. Anya, Sei Ito greeted. Anya heard and subconsciously looked up at Sei Ito. Come out with me, Sei Ito said as he opened the cell door. But at this moment, Doretta, who saw the opportunity, quickly got up and rushed to the cell door, lifting her leg to kick Sei Ito's abdomen. Sei Ito chuckled when he saw this. His left hand grabbed Doretta's ankle in a seemingly slow but fast manner and forcefully pulled it back to break Doretta's center of gravity. At this time, Doretta immediately grabbed the iron bars of the cell door with both hands and used the strength of her arms to kick Sei Ito's chest with her other leg. Sei Ito was still calm and unhurried. He used his free right hand to grab Doretta's ankle and put it on his waist together with his left hand. What are you going to do now, Miss Doretta? Ms. Doretta. Ito-sei smiled as he looked at Doretta through the gap in the fence. Then, without waiting for Doretta to say anything, he used his hands to hold Doretta's struggling legs in place while lightly moving his feet between Doretta's legs towards the cell door until his body was caught between Doretta's legs. It's a pity that you and I are covered by clothes. Otherwise, this would be a good position to discuss the true meaning of life. Sei Ito looked at Doretta and teased. Oomph! Doretta snorted angrily. She suddenly released her right hand from the bars and used the strength of her left hand to hold her body up. Then, she used her arm to grab Sei Ito's throat through the gap between the bars. Seeing this, Ito-sei immediately leaned back. At the same time, he used his left hand to lightly hit Doretta's right side. After Doretta's body went limp, Ito-sei raised his hand to grab Doretta's right wrist. You're really like a female leopard, Knight Doretta. Sei Ito, who had used the same method to remove the strength of Doretta's left leg, freed up his right hand and quickly hit the tendons in Doretta's hands while softly teasing her. Then, Sei Ito reached out with both hands and immediately picked up Doretta, who had fallen limp to the ground, in his arms. Then, he lowered his body and walked into the cell. Chapter 746. Let go of me, Doretta said in a deep voice. Sure, but you have to wait until I carry you to the side, Sei Ito chuckled as he carried Doretta to the wall on the other side of the cell. As soon as he finished speaking, Sei Ito had already walked to the wall and bent down to put the powerless Doretta on the ground. Don't worry, I just used my strength to disperse the power in your legs. They'll recover in a moment, and I guarantee there won't be any sequelae. As for your hands, I just made them numb. It'll take a little longer, about 20 minutes to fully recover. There won't be any sequelae either, Sei Ito explained with a smile as he looked at Doretta's twinkling eyes. Of course, if there are any sequelae, I don't mind taking you home. Anyway, with my power and influence, it won't be a problem to take care of you for the rest of your life, Sei Ito continued to tease. Okay, Anya, let's go. Then Sei Ito ignored Doretta's twinkling eyes and turned to Anya, who was waiting on the side. Anya didn't say anything and silently followed Sei Ito out of the cell. After Sei Ito closed the cell door, they walked out of the room together. Soon, the two figures disappeared from the room. After Sei Ito completely left, Nanette looked at Doretta in the opposite cell and sighed. I didn't expect the Emperor of the Chinese Federation to have such skills. Yeah, I didn't expect the Emperor of the Wu-Wei Empire to have such close combat ability. It's really surprising, Doretta agreed. On the other side, Sei Ito brought Anya to an empty room after leaving the cell. Come out, Mariana. I know you're there. Sei Ito looked at Anya in front of him and said, Little guy, did CC tell you about my existence? As soon as her voice fell, a circle of pink light immediately lit up on the outside of Anya's pupils. At the same time, a slightly amused voice suddenly came out from Anya's slightly open mouth as she spoke frivolously. No. Sei Ito put his left hand behind his back and summoned a piece of absolutely pitiful world. The Leia stone crystal that can be used to host souls was in his hand. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know why you called me out, little guy. Mariana said with a smile. It's not a big deal. It's just for the stability of my empire and to eliminate some hidden dangers that shouldn't exist. Ito-sei's right hand that was hanging by his side moved slightly, said while circulating the energy in his body. Are you going to kill me? Mariana slowly stopped smiling and looked at Sei Ito. Sort, but your existence to the seals, for now, so I won't kill you right away, but seal you, Sei Ito said while circulating the energy in his body. Immediately, the 5 fingers of his right hand formed a seal that formed a gentle silver-white light. Together with Sei Ito's right hand, it shrouded Anya's head. What kind of ability is this? Mariana, who felt that her soul was about to leave Anya's body, finally had a change in expression and asked in surprise. It's a special ability that counters your crooked ways. Sei Ito, who continued to strengthen his spiritual power to bind Mariana's soul, said with a smile. Although Mariana's soul could exist in the world because of Gius's power, it was rootless duckweed after all. She didn't have any other power in her body, so she was bound by the spiritual power that could counter souls and evil things. She only lasted for a few seconds before being pulled out of Anya's body by Sei Ito and sealed in the Leia stone crystal. With this thing, Cha Lulu should be obedient. After a while, Sei Ito, who had completely sealed Mariana's soul, gently played with the Leia stone crystal in his hand and softly muttered to himself. Now, let's unseal Anya's memory first. Then, with a flip of his palm, he put away the Leia stone crystal and turned to look at Anya, who had fainted on the ground. After saying that, he stepped forward and squatted down beside Anya. He stretched out his hand and gently pressed her forehead, launching his spiritual power to invade Anya's mind world. Using the same method he used to treat Yu Fei, he destroyed the Gius power that Cha Lulu left in her body. Phew, done. After a while, Sei Ito withdrew his hand and said. Then he stretched out his hands again and carried Anya's body in his arms. He got up and left the room, once again walking toward Cornelia and Yu Fei's room. Knock, knock, knock. After a short while, Sei Ito, who was carrying Anya, returned to Cornelia and Yu Fei's room and kicked the door with the tip of his foot. Creak. Soon, with a soft sound, the door was opened from the inside. Then Cornelia's figure appeared at the door. Looking at Sei Ito, standing outside the door, Cornelia frowned, but still stepped aside and let Sei Ito enter the room. This is... Looking at Anya, who was placed on the bed by Sei Ito, Yu Fei asked with a puzzled expression. You don't know her? Sei Ito looked at Yu Fei and Cornelia with a strange expression and said, No. Yu Fei shook her head and said, This girl is... Cornelia looked at Anya, who was lying on the bed, and muttered with a frown. Britannia's 6th night of the Round Table. Anya asked him, Do you remember her now? Sei Ito looked at Cornelia and said with a chuckle, Anya? Cornelia looked at Anya on the bed with a face full of surprise and exclaimed in surprise. Obviously, she had remembered why Anya was a person. What happened to her? Cornelia continued to ask. I just got a dirty thing out of her body, so she's temporarily in a coma. It won't take long for her to recover. Sei Ito explained with a strange smile. Dirty thing? Yu Fei asked curiously. Do you want to know? Sei Ito looked at Yu Fei with a smile and asked. Yu Fei felt a little uncomfortable under Sei Ito's gaze, and her cheeks unconsciously blushed. I said, "Don't have any ideas about you, Faye." Cornelia said in a deep voice, "Forget it. There's nothing I can't say. The so-called dirty thing is the legendary ghost or ghost, which is the soul of the dead." Ito shrugged with a bored expression. Ah, Yufei suddenly felt a chill in her body when she heard this, and her whole body shivered subconsciously. She looked at Ito with a pale face and whispered, "Are you serious?" "Of course. Why would I lie to you about this?" Ito raised his eyebrows and said. Then he continued with a meaningful expression, "And you know that person, and you're very familiar with her." "Who is that person you're talking about?" Yufei asked softly with a heart full of fear and curiosity. "Princess Marina with the title of Sparkling Marina." Ito looked at Cornelia and Yufei with a faint smile and said softly, "How is that possible?" Yufei exclaimed with a face full of disbelief, while Cornelia frowned and fell into a dilemma. "All right, I'll leave Anya in your care. I'll go outside and see how long it will take to completely conquer the imperial capital and move into the palace." Ito looked at the two of them and then turned around and walked out of the room without stopping. Just as he was about to leave the room, Ito suddenly stopped and turned around to smile at Yufei. "By the way, Yufei, don't forget about what we talked about before." Then, without waiting for Yufei's response, he flashed out of the room and disappeared behind the closed door. At this moment, Ito, who left Cornelia in Yufei's room, went straight to the battle command room. "How's the situation?" Ito came to Zhou Xianlin's side and asked. Zhou Xianlin had taken over Li Xingke's command of the army because she was seriously injured on her flying phoenix. "Your Majesty." Zhou Xianlin, who heard the question, first greeted Ito and then looked at the radar screen in front of her and said, "The outer defense line has been broken. We're currently engaged in a street battle with the enemy. It will take another 1 to 2 hours to completely wipe out the enemy." Ito, who was also looking at the radar screen, nodded slightly and asked again, "During this time, did anyone escape from the imperial capital?" "Yes, but they were intercepted by the army. After interrogation, they were all Britannia's nobles." Zhou Xianlin explained. "Intercept them as much as possible. Try not to let anyone escape from the imperial capital," Ito ordered. "Yes." Zhou Xianlin accepted the order. After that, Ito, who had nothing else to do, walked to the side and sat down. He looked at the valiant and calm Zhou Xianlin with admiration. Even when her face turned red because of his gaze, he didn't restrain himself. Under Ito's bored gaze, an hour and a half passed by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a soldier reported to Ito and Zhou Xianlin, who stood next to him, "Your Majesty, General Zhou, all the enemy forces in the imperial capital have been eliminated. Pass down the order, break camp, and enter the city." Ito was energized and ordered the soldier. "Yes." The soldier responded and immediately passed down Ito's order. Then, Ito and Zhou Xianlin left the battle command together and got into the temporarily prepared armored vehicle. Under the protection of a small team of steel skeletons, they took the lead to leave the barracks and enter the city, heading to the Britannia's imperial palace. More than 10 minutes later, the armored vehicle Ito was and finally arrived at the gate of the Britannia's imperial palace. "I didn't expect that the second time I came here, I would appear as the host. The world is unpredictable," Ito exclaimed as he walked out of the armored vehicle and stood in front of the imperial palace's gate. Then he stepped forward and strode into the imperial palace with Zhou Xianlin and the Chinese soldiers guarding around him. Chapter 747. P.S. Thank you to NXCX, our spineless, YinXINYin, Dark Night Starry Sky, and Stool for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Cute Girl Ignorant, Nickfanny, and Bookman for your tips. Since there were many things that needed to be done, Ito didn't give out any orders on the first day he moved into the Britannia Royal Palace. Under the guidance of Cornelia and Euphemia, he thoroughly familiarized himself with the surroundings of the royal palace and chose a clean and suitable palace to live in. Then, he quietly waited for Li Xingke and the others to finish their work. "Your Majesty," The next morning, Li Shinga, who had finished all her work, came to the royal palace and called out to say Ito, who was having fun in the garden with Cornelia, Euphemia, Karen, Valletta, and Anya, who had just recovered. Is everything ready? Sei Ito withdrew his gaze and turned to Li Shinga. Yes, your majesty. Li Shinga replied. Good. Send someone to gather all the nobles, ministers, and the heads of the important departments in Britannia. I want to see them. Sei Ito ordered. Yes, your majesty. Li Shinga saluted. After seeing that Sei Ito didn't have any other orders, she turned around and left the garden. Then, she sent someone to carry out Sei Ito's order. I will give you the right to choose later. Whoever you think is worthy of staying, I will let that person stay. After Li Shinga left, Sei Ito said to Cornelia, Karen, and Valletta, who were sitting beside him. Cornelia looked at Sei Ito thoughtfully and nodded. As for Karen and Valletta, although Valletta had a vague feeling that Sei Ito's arrangement might have a deeper meaning, she knew that they wouldn't be staying in this world for long. Even if there were other intentions, it wouldn't be of much use to her. Therefore, she threw those thoughts aside, and just like Karen, she agreed. Agreed very casually. By the way, Cornelia, do you know Bertolia Franks? Sei Ito asked Cornelia again. Bertolia Franks? Cornelia frowned when she heard the name Sei Ito. He looked at Sei Ito and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect you to know her. Sei Ito smiled and didn't answer Cornelia's question. You want to see her? Cornelia asked. Yes. After all, she's the head of Britannia's secret intelligence agency. She must know a lot of things that you and I don't know. As long as she's willing to cooperate, I'll be able to take control of Britannia much faster, and I'll be able to find and capture as many members of the royal family as possible. It'll reduce some unnecessary trouble. Sei Ito nodded and admitted. Then you should pray that she didn't disappear from the imperial capital with His Majesty Emperor Cha Lulu. Otherwise, unless you unify the entire world and spare no effort to search for her whereabouts, you might be able to see her again. Cornelia sighed. Sei Ito frowned and went silent for a few seconds. Then, he asked again, if I use Mariana as bait, do you think she'll appear? I don't know. Cornelia frowned and shook her head. I forgot. There are some things that you don't know. Sei Ito was stunned when he heard Cornelia's answer. Then, he said with a look of realization. What do you mean? Cornelia looked at Sei Ito and asked. Bertolia Franks has a deep hatred for Mariana. Sei Ito looked up at the sky and explained softly. Impossible. Cornelia refuted with a tone full of disbelief. Then, without waiting for Sei Ito to speak, she continued, Bertolia is not only the daughter of Princess Mariana's wet nurse, but she is also one of Princess Mariana's disciples. The relationship between them is very close. How can there be a deep hatred? Nothing is impossible. Sei Ito's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as he sneered. Then, he reminded, do you still remember the basement I found with you in Li Palace? Cornelia's expression changed when she heard Sei Ito's reminder. She immediately swallowed the words she wanted to say and went silent. When Mariana was conducting human experiments in the basement of Li Palace, not only did she use her own children as test subjects, she also let other people who trusted her be test subjects. Bertolia and her several younger brothers were among these test subjects. Sei Ito looked at Cornelia, who was sitting there silently, and said softly, it's just that her younger brothers were unlucky and didn't survive the experiment. The only one who survived, Bertolia, also suffered serious damage to her body and didn't have long to live. Do you think Bertolia wouldn't resent Mariana in this situation? Sei Ito continued. Cornelia didn't answer and still sat there silently, thinking about something. Sei Ito didn't pay attention to her and turned to look at Euphemia and Anya, who were playing in the garden not far away. Your Majesty, all the personnel have been brought. After an unknown amount of time, Li Shinga's figure appeared in the garden again and saluted Sei Ito with cupped fists. Euphemia, Anya. Sei Ito nodded and called out to Euphemia and Anya. Hearing the call, the two immediately stopped what they were doing and turned to look in the direction of Sei Ito and the others. After seeing that everyone had stood up from their seats and seemed to be waiting for them, they slowly walked out of the garden hand in hand and stood beside Cornelia. "Cornelia, tell Euphemia and Anya what I said before," Ito said to Cornelia, who was still in a bad mood after seeing the two standing there. "Let's go." Then he turned to Lishinka and said. Lishinka didn't speak nonsense and directly turned to lead the way, leading Ito, Karen, Valletta, Cornelia, Euphemia, and Anya to the conference hall. The garden was originally located near the Lee Palace and not too far from the conference hall, so it didn't take long for Ito and the others to arrive at the conference hall of the Britannia Imperial Palace. At this time, there were no less than 300 people standing in the hall. They were lined up on the left and right sides of the hall according to their noble titles, military ranks, and authority of various departments. The Emperor of Wu-Wei has arrived. The moment Ito walked into the hall, an official from the Britannia Imperial Palace shouted. Hearing the shout, everyone in the hall put their hands on their chests and bowed to Ito in the same manner as the Britannia greeting the Emperor. Amidst everyone's greeting, Ito led Karen, Valletta, Cornelia, Euphemia, and Anya along the wide path in the middle. They went straight to the platform with several layers of stone steps at the end of the hall. Step by step, they walked up the stone steps to the platform and sat down on the only high-back chair on the platform. The back of the chair alone was 2 meters long. "Rise." Ito looked at the nobles below with an indifferent expression and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The nobles, ministers, and high-ranking officials below replied in unison. Then they looked up at Ito, who was sitting on the platform, as well as Anya, Euphemia, Cornelia, Karen, and Valletta, who were standing on either side of him. "You guys can choose." Ito ignored the Britannia nobles, ministers, and high-ranking officials who were a little restless because of the appearance of Cornelia and Euphemia, and directly said to Cornelia, Karen, and the others. Cornelia didn't argue at this time. She nodded and walked to the edge of the platform, looking sharply at the crowd below. It wasn't until a moment later that she pointed at a few nobles, officers, and ministers in the crowd and called out their names. Following Cornelia's actions, the nobles, ministers, and high-ranking officials were pulled out from the crowd and brought to the side by the soldiers of the Empire who were guarding the hall. The crowd who didn't know what was going on immediately started to clamor. After about 2 minutes, Cornelia's actions were announced. Then, before those who weren't chosen could rejoice, Cornelia and the others who weren't chosen could rejoice. Euphemia and Cornelia walked out of the platform and called out the names of the people below. However, Euphemia wasn't like Cornelia, who would be considered a prince in ancient times. She didn't really know who was under her. She only picked 1 or 2 people that she had a vague impression of, or people that her sister had mentioned in the past to come into contact with. Anya stepped back and stepped forward. However, Anya was even worse than Euphemia. She didn't even look at Euphemia and directly ask Karen to call out the names. Karen was also very straightforward when it came to choosing people. She only chose her own family, the Hedefeld family, and then stepped back and asked Valletta to pick people. Unexpectedly, Valletta didn't go out to pick people. Instead, she shook her head slightly at Ito and gave up. After Cornelia and the others finished their selection, Ito ordered loudly, "Except for those who were chosen, immediately investigate the background of the others and confiscate their properties." You can't do this." After hearing Ito's order, the nobles, ministers, and officers below immediately became chaotic and shouted loudly, "Those who dare to speak dirty words, kill without mercy." Ito ordered again. Yes. The surrounding soldiers immediately shouted and pointed their weapons at the Britannian nobles, ministers, and high-ranking officials in the hall. The more honorable a person was, the more afraid of death they were. Seeing the soldiers' actions, the nobles immediately shut up and looked at Ito with resentment and unwillingness. There were a few strong-willed people among the soldiers, but after being shot full of holes by the soldiers, they all kept quiet and pretended to be obedient. "Take them away," Ito said lightly. Yes. The soldiers replied in unison and then escorted the nobles, ministers, and officers out of the hall with their weapons. How is it? Is Bertolia in the crowd? Seito turned to Cornelia and asked. No, it seems like she's not in the capital like the members of the royal family. Cornelia shook her head and said, Is that so? Then forget it. Let's talk about it after Britannia is completely destroyed. Seito shook his head and said regretfully. Then he got up from a high-back chair and looked at the selected people who were still in the hall with a relieved expression. I'll leave them to you. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, he didn't look at the crowd below and walked straight out of the hall. Behind him, Valletta and Anya, who didn't have any connection with the selected people, Karen, who was only related to the Hudefeld family, but didn't pay any attention to them, and Yuffie, who pushed everything to Cornelia, also left the hall. You guys go back to the harem first. I have something to do in Japan. When they came to a deserted road, Seito stopped and said to Karen, Valletta, Yuffie, and Anya. Then, Seito's figure disappeared in front of Karen and Valletta, who were expressionless, Yuffie, who was dumbfounded, and Anya, whose mouth was slightly open. At the same time, in the Ashford Manor located in the Tokyo concession of Japan, Seito's figure suddenly appeared in Mirei's room. Walalala. The moment Seito appeared, the sound of running water clearly sounded in his ears. Looks like I came at the right time. First, he turned his head to look at the dark sky outside the window, then turned to look at the glass that was emitting a dim yellow light. Seito whispered to himself with a smile. Then, he moved his feet and quietly approached the dim yellow room where the sound of running water came from. Then, when he arrived in front of the door, he unlocked the door without hesitation and pushed the door open and walked into the dim yellow room. In an instant, Milei appeared in front of Ito Seiji's eyes. She put her hands behind her head and closed her eyes to enjoy the impact of the water spray from the sprinkler. Milei's back was facing him. It's so cold. At this time, because of the circulation of the air, Mirei, who suddenly felt a little cold, frowned and whispered to herself. Is it still cold? Hearing Mirei's words, Seito smiled. He didn't care if his clothes were wet from the water and directly stepped behind Mirei. He opened his arms and hugged her in his embrace. Then, he moved his head close to her ear and whispered in her ear. Ah! Mirei, who was suddenly attacked, screamed subconsciously. Don't be afraid, it's me. Seito quickly comforted her. Then, in order to prevent Mirei's voice from disturbing the others, he directly kissed Mirei's lips and stopped her scream in her mouth. Bastard, you scare me to death. After a short while, Mirei, who was able to breathe again, reached out and pinched Seito's waist. She pinched and twisted hard as she said angrily, Isn't this a rare opportunity? Seito, who had a painful expression on his face, laughed shamelessly. Humph! Mirei immediately snorted coldly and said to Seito with a straight face, You go out first. Look at how wet my clothes are. Do you have the heart to chase me out like this? And then catch a cold? Seito looked at Mirei pitifully. Who cares about you? Mirei snorted softly. Then, after a pause, she continued, Okay, you can wash up here. I'll wait for you outside. Chapter 748. After saying that, Milei ignored Seito and twisted her body to get out of his embrace. She grabbed a large towel to cover her body and quickly walked out of the bathroom. Seito didn't stop her when he saw that. With a smile on his face, he used instant transmission to take off his clothes and put them aside. He then used a shower head to wash himself. After a while, he put on the clothes that he dried using a special method and walked out of the bathroom. Is there something urgent? You came so late. While Ito-sei was taking a shower, Milei quickly dried her body and changed into a clean set of clothes. She was sitting by the side and drinking black tea when she saw Ito-sei walking out of the bathroom. It's not that urgent, but I forgot about the time difference between the capital of Britannia and Japan. Ito-sei shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently as he walked slowly towards Mirei. Hearing Seito's explanation, Milei looked at him speechlessly and didn't know what to say. Then why did you come this time? Milei then asked. Do you still need to ask? Of course I'm here to take you away. Seito, who had already walked in front of Milei, touched her chin with his right index finger. His head was slightly lowered as he looked at Milei with a smile. "What are you going to do with me?" Milei's eyes flickered as she asked. "Don't worry, I won't let you be wronged." Seito, who had roughly guessed the situation from Milei's flickering eyes, slowly squatted down and hugged Milei in his arms. He put his head close to her ear and said softly. Milei, who felt Seito's love for her from his words and actions, felt warm in her heart. She reached out and hugged Seito. She tilted her head and rested her face on his shoulder without saying a word. The two of them hugged each other quietly, enjoying this moment of tranquility. "Your grandfather should be asleep by now, right?" At this moment, Seito suddenly said. "Uh-huh," Milei replied softly. "Looks like we won't be able to leave today." Seito chuckled. "Is it okay if you don't go?" Milei asked. "It's all right. They're still in the final stages of reorganization. Before we deal with the nobles who control most of Britannia's industries, we can't send troops to clean up the remnants of the Britannia Empire," Seito explained. "Oh," Millie replied. "It's getting late. Let's sleep first. After meeting your grandfather and parents tomorrow morning, we will return to Britannia and discuss our wedding," Seito said as he gently let go of Mireille and stood up from the ground. "You're not thinking of sleeping in my room, are you?" Milei looked up at Seito in surprise. "Of course. Do I have any other choice?" Seito asked Milei with a smile. "In your dreams." Milei rolled her eyes and said, Hey, no matter what, you're my girlfriend now, and it won't be long before we get married. What's wrong with sleeping together? And do you really have the heart to let me go back there and stay alone in an empty room?" Seito said with a pitiful face. "You said yourself. It won't be long before we get married, so..." Milei looked at Seito with a smile. Then she put her palms on Seito's abdomen and pushed it out. She continued, "You can stay alone in your empty room." Then Milei immediately stood up from her seat and ran to the bedroom. "Let's see where you can run to." Seito stepped back with his right foot and immediately stabilized his body. Activating instant transmission, he instantly appeared in front of Milei. He opened his arms and hugged Milei, who couldn't dodge in time, into his embrace. Using his arms to imprison her body, he carried Milei into her bedroom and quickly walked to the bedside. He and Milei both fell onto the bed. "Let go of me," Milei said with a panicked expression. "Hee, in your dreams," Seito chuckled. "If you keep doing this, I won't hold back," Milei said as she looked into Seito's eyes. "Let's see how you'll hold back," Seito chuckled. "Umph." Milei snorted and bent her leg to kick Seito's lower body. "So cruel. Do you want to be a widow?" Seito sensed Milei's movement and moved his legs. He immediately clamped Milei's bent legs and pretended to be shocked as he looked at Milei. "It doesn't matter. When the time comes, I'll just use a tool to replace it. Also, I have all kinds of models. You can use whatever you want," Milei said with a smile. "Milei, you're too evil," Seito said with a stunned expression. Just like that, the two of them fooled around on the bed for a while. Although Milei practiced martial arts due to the city planning in the Rubik's Cube world, her physical strength wasn't much stronger than ordinary people. When she finally calmed down, Seito used instant transmission to take off their clothes and hug Milei to rest on the bed. The rest of the night was silent. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. In the morning, after washing up and eating the breakfast Seito took out from the Rubik's Cube world, the two of them walked out of the bedroom together and went to meet Milei's grandfather and parents. "Your Majesty," after seeing Seito again, old Ashford didn't sit there pretentiously like the first time. Instead, he immediately got up from his seat and greeted Seito with Britannian etiquette. Seito nodded in response with an indifferent expression. Then, he took Milei's hand and walked straight to the side to sit down. He looked up at old Ashford and the Ashford couple standing on the side and said straightforwardly, "I'm here to take Milei away. Do the three of you have any objections?" "Everything is up to your Majesty. We have no objections at all." Old Ashford's eyes lit up when he heard that and said quickly, "That's good." Seito nodded and said. Then he pulled Milei up from her seat and said, "In that case, I'll take Milei away now." As for you, Ito frowned slightly as he looked at the three of them for a moment and continued, stay in Japan for now. When Milei and I get married, I'll send someone to pick you up. But I have to remind you, don't use me or Milei's name to stir up trouble here. Otherwise, I don't mind sending someone to guide you. Do you understand? Ito looked at old Ashford and the other two and said in a deep voice, Yes, Your Majesty. Old Ashford and the other two quickly responded. Although this warning wouldn't necessarily do anything, at least old Ashford and the other two would restrain themselves when doing certain things. They wouldn't do things that were too ugly to the point of doing things that were messy and violate the federal laws that he amended after ascending the throne. In the end, it would make things difficult for Milei. Milei, let's go. Ito turned his head to look at me, lay beside him, and said softly, Okay. Milei nodded and then let go of Ito's hand and walked to the Ashford couple and said goodbye to them softly. Let's go. After 2 or 3 minutes, Milei returned to Ito's side and whispered. Ito nodded, took Milei's hand, and walked out of the room. They left the Ashford manor and gradually disappeared from the sight of old Ashford and the other two. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from Japan with Milei. I suddenly found that ninjutsu like flying thunder god jutsu that can teleport to a fixed location is very suitable for some lazy people. With the time difference, they can sleep almost 24 hours a day. Ito looked up at the starry sky above the Britannia Empire and said, It seems that you're going to be jet-lagged. Then Ito retracted his gaze and turned to look at Milei beside him and said with a smile. Milei heard this and rolled her eyes at Ito and ignored his words. Ito smiled slightly when he saw this and took Milei back to the harem and placed her in Karen's bedroom. After that, Ito and others stayed in the Britannia Empire for 2 days and dealt with the nobles, senior officials, and ministers of the Britannia Empire with thunderous means. After that, he left Cornelia in the Britannia Empire to control the situation. He took Euphemia, Anya, Milei, and the other 3 captives of the Knights of the Round Table back to the Chinese Empire. While dealing with the state affairs sent by the ministers waiting for the imperial approval, he also paid attention to the information of Lishinka and the others who were about to officially annihilate the Britannia Empire. But this time, because the Chinese Empire broke into the Britannia Empire's capital and forced the Britannian royal family to flee, the administrative districts that originally belonged to the Britannia Empire all rebelled, making the Britannia Empire's military even worse. Therefore, under the powerful offensive of Lishinka's army and the Archangel, the Britannia Empire completely lost the ability to resist in less than half a month, making the Britannia Empire a thing of the past. Afterward, the Chinese Empire's army temporarily entered a state of rest and reorganization, digesting and absorbing the territory that they had obtained so far, while recruiting replacements to prepare for the upcoming EU invasion war. During this period, except for the former Britannia Emperor Charlemagne Britannia, whose whereabouts were still unknown, almost all the members of the Britannian royal family were escorted to Vermilion City as guests to witness, Ito's concubine wedding 2 days later. After all, one of the concubines that Ito was going to marry this time, Cornelia, was once the second princess of the Britannia Empire. Regardless of whether he wanted to deal with the Britannian royal family or not, as blood relatives, they were still qualified to participate in this wedding. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the day of the wedding ceremony. This morning, accompanied by a large number of maids, eunuchs, and guards, Ito, as the emperor, and the brides, Karen, Valletta, Cornelia, Milei, and Zhou Xianglin, came to the wedding hall one after another. Under the gaze of many envoys, guests, and imperial ministers, the wedding ceremony began under the auspices of Tong Luan's strange voice. Chapter 749. The ceremony is complete. Tong Luan shouted, "Turn the Britannia royal family into commoners. Send the men to the bitter cold as laborers, and the women to the palace as maids." As soon as Tong Luan finished speaking, Ito stood up and looked at the guests, ambassadors, and ministers below with a calm expression. Yes. Tonglin, who was already used to Sei Ito's ruthless moves at the ceremony, immediately bowed and said. Following that, Tongluan signaled the Imperial Guards below with his eyes. With a loud shout, a large number of Imperial Guards immediately rushed into the main hall from outside and began to attack the Britannia Imperial family members who were just guests but were now turned into military slaves and maids. Help! Cornelia, help! Tell them to let us go. Cornelia! The royal family members who were frightened by the actions of the Imperial Army Guards immediately shouted for help to Cornelia, who was standing on the high platform in a red, traditional Chinese Federation dress. However, the Britannia royal family had always followed the survival of the fittest rule, and the kinship between the princes and princesses was almost insignificant. As the fourth successor to the throne under this rule, Cornelia would not be moved by the pitiful looks of the royal family members who she had barely seen before. She watched expressionlessly as the royal family members were dragged out of the hall by the Imperial Army Guards. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. At this moment, Sei Ito suddenly realized that there were some men among the Britannia royal family members who didn't know what was going on and wanted to resist. His expression turned cold as he ordered. Yes. The Imperial Army Guards heard and responded in unison. With this order, the Britannia royal family members immediately became obedient and allowed the Imperial Army Guards to push them out of the hall. The banquet begins. After the Britannia royal family members were all taken away, Tonglin, who knew how to act tactfully, announced loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the guests, ambassadors, and ministers in the hall greeted each other as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. They happily chatted with each other as if they were familiar with each other. Looking at the Sei Ito in the palace hall, who had come to welcome him, Sei Ito sneered at the people who were trying their best to make it look like a wedding banquet. Although it's a little early, we have a lot of people. So my beloved concubines, let's go back to the bridal chamber. Then, Ito-sei turned around and looked at Cornelia, Karen, Valletta, Miley, and Zhou Xianlin standing in front of him. Everyone except Cornelia heard Sei Ito's words. A faint blush appeared on the faces of Karen, Valletta, Miley, and Zhou Xianlin, which made them look even more alluring and enchanting. Let's go. Sei Ito chuckled when he saw this and reached out to grab Karen and Miley's hands. He led them out of the main hall through the side doors and walked briskly towards the rear palace. Their footsteps were not slow, and after a few turns, they soon arrived at a red palace that was decorated with all kinds of wedding items. After Cornelia, Karen, Valletta, Miley, and Zhou Xianlin all entered the palace, Sei Ito closed the palace door and hugged the five of them to the big bed in the palace. Soon, a bed that was 3 meters wide and 3 meters long was formed. It was naturally surrounded by red gauze curtains. Inside the bed, there was a red wedding quilt with the golden sheet character and the picture of mandarin ducks playing in the water. Ladies, do you want to do it, or do you want me to do it? After pushing Cornelia, Karen, Valletta, Miley, and Zhou Xianlin onto the bed, Sei Ito looked at them and chuckled. No, this is too ridiculous. I don't want to do it. After the initial shyness, Miley stood up from the bed and glared at Sei Ito. Ah Chung, it's indeed not suitable. Let's separate. Valletta also stood up from the bed and looked at Sei Ito and said softly. Seeing that both of them said so, Ito-sei paused slightly. He put away the smile on his face and looked at Cornelia, Karen, and Zhou Xianlin, who were sitting on the bed and looking at him, waiting for his decision. I'm sorry, I was being ridiculous. Sei Ito apologized sincerely. In addition to this palace, there are 4 other wedding palaces with the same layout as this one. It's just that they're a bit far from each other. What should we do? Sei Ito continued to ask. In fact, this question was equivalent to asking who they should give the first opportunity to consummate their marriage. I'll go to the other palaces. Miley answered first. Then, without waiting for Sei Ito's reply, she quickly walked out of the palace and was about to ask the palace maids outside to bring her to the other wedding palaces. I'll go to the other palace as well. Valletta smiled gently at Seito and said. Then she walked around Seito and slowly walked out of the palace. I'll go to the other palace as well. Karen stood up from a bed and said to Seito, Your Majesty, I'll go to the other palace as well. Zhou Xianlin stood up from the bed and said as soon as Karen finished speaking. Okay. Ito Sei looked at Karen and Zhou Xianlin, who were still in front of him, and turned his head to look at Valletta, who had disappeared behind the door. He sighed and said. Then he reached out and hugged Karen and Zhou Xianlin in his arms and kissed their foreheads. Then he let them go and watched as they walked out of the palace and disappeared behind the door. You have to treat them better in the future, Cornelia. Seito retracted his gaze and looked at Cornelia in front of him. Cornelia, who was faintly touched, responded softly. Come, let's drink the cross-cupped wine first. After drinking the cross-cupped wine, you, Cornelia, will be mine for the rest of your life. At this moment, Seito turned around and walked to the round table filled with fruits and pastries. He took the wine jug and filled 2 wine cups with wine. Then he walked back to Cornelia with 1 cup in each hand and handed 1 cup to her. How do we drink this? Cornelia, who didn't know anything about Eastern customs, asked in confusion. Drink it like this. Ito-sei said as he grabbed Cornelia's arm that was holding the cup. He wrapped his arm around her arm and turned her wrist to put the cup in front of his mouth and said. Cornelia nodded and drank the cross-cupped wine with Seito. Okay, Cornelia, you are now officially my woman, Seito said as he put the 2 empty cups back on the table with telekinesis. Then he leaned forward and kissed Cornelia's dark purple lipstick on her lips, slowly entangling with her. At the same time, he leaned forward and pushed Cornelia's body onto the bed. Then, Seito's hands didn't stop. While kissing Cornelia and entangling with her tender tongue, he used his hands to take off Cornelia's clothes one by one. Chapter 750. P.S. Thank you to T-Can and Idler Shao-Chi for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany for your tip. At this time, Cornelia, who had always been strong, unexpectedly showed her weak side. She allowed Seito to take off her clothes, and when he touched her shoulders, waist, knees, and other places that required cooperation, she took the initiative to take off her clothes. Just like this, under the entanglement of the two, Cornelia's clothes were quickly taken off by Seito, completely exposing her tight and perfect body to the air. So beautiful. Seito, who straightened up and looked at Cornelia's naked body with an admiring gaze, softly praised. Then, Seito did not hesitate and took off his clothes. Not long after, the two of them were completely honest with each other. Then, Seito bent down again and gently kneaded Cornelia's full breast with one hand, while gently kissing Cornelia's body from her lips to her neck, then to her collarbone, protruding chest, flat chest, and finally to the valley covered by the forest. He gently stimulated Cornelia's body, causing her body to unconsciously twist like a soft water snake. Then, Seito leaned forward again and moved his head back to Cornelia's ear. He gently nibbled on her earlobe, while using his other hand to explore the secret cave in the valley, looking for the hidden miracle. Cornelia, whose body was touched and teased by a man for the first time, slightly turned her head. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her hands tightly grasped the sheets. Her throat unconsciously let out a low moan. Then, as if she was surprised that she actually let out such a seductive moan, Cornelia's face turned red, and her teeth clenched her lips, resisting the feeling from her body. She did not allow herself to let out that embarrassing moan. In this way, Cornelia seemed to resist Ito-sei's teasing and caressing. Time passed unknowingly for a long time. At this moment, feeling that it was about time, Seito raised his upper body again and gently parted Cornelia's legs with his legs, placing the stabilizing needle that he was born with at the entrance of the Zhonghai secret realm that Cornelia was born with. I'm here, Seito whispered into Cornelia's ear again. Yes, Cornelia replied in a low voice while slightly panting. Seito, who received a response, paused for a moment before exerting force on his waist. He pushed the sea-steadying needle into the secret realm of Zhonghai until it was blocked by the restriction formation in front of the secret realm. "Cornelia!" Seito suddenly called out. Cornelia was confused when Seito suddenly called her name. She turned to look at Seito in confusion. At this moment, Seito exerted force again, and the sea-steadying needle immediately broke through the restriction formation in Zhonghai's secret realm with its magical ability. It completely broke into the secret realm and stopped inside. Ugh! Affected by the restriction formation, Cornelia's throat instinctively let out a painful groan. "It's okay. It'll be fine in a moment." Seito continued to play with Cornelia's full breast with one hand while he leaned over and gently kissed Cornelia's lips, cheeks, ears, and neck. He comforted her softly. After a moment, seeing that Cornelia had calmed down, Seito slowly began to move, officially completing the most important part of the wedding night with Cornelia. And under Seito's movements, Cornelia, who had a tough personality, soon gradually lost herself in the waves of strange feelings that arose in her body. She gently raised her hands and hugged Seito's body, changing her posture to make herself feel more comfortable. At the same time, Cornelia no longer forced herself to suppress it and gradually let out a moan. In addition, with the movements of the two, a strange smell full of Cornelia's body fragrance filled the wedding hall, and the faint smoke rising from the thick red candle on the side looked particularly charming. It's just that although Cornelia was born in the military, and her endurance is much stronger than ordinary women, but after all, it was her first time. Under Seito's attack, it didn't take long for her to disarm and throw away her spear, and in the midst of a loud moan, she collapsed on the bed. "Have a good rest." Slowly taking back the sea-steadying needle stained with some blood, he put Cornelia under the quilt, and while using medical ninjutsu to treat her body, he said softly. Cornelia, who didn't want to move at all, nodded slightly in response to Seito's words. Seeing this, Seito leaned over and kissed Cornelia's lips again and began to cover her with the quilt. After straightening up, he summoned a mass of water to wash off the sweat and other filth on his body, then used instant transmission to throw himself into the flowers outside the hall, grabbed his coat, and put it on. After glancing at Cornelia on the bed, he used hyperspace perception to lock onto Moray's palace, then used instant transmission and disappeared from the hall. Before Seito left, Cornelia slightly tilted her head and looked at Seito, watching him disappear from her palace. Then she retracted her gaze and closed her eyes to rest. Mirai. On the other side, Seito, who appeared in Moray's palace, whispered to Mirai, who was sitting on the bed. What happened next was basically the same as what happened in Cornelia's palace. First, they drank wine, then they had to get together, until Mirai couldn't take it anymore and left again. In this way, after Mirai, Ito-sei went to the palaces of Zhou Xianlin, Karen, and Valletta one after another. He completed the wedding ceremony with them and finally slept in Valletta's palace to complete today's marriage. Bertolia Franks. The next day, after having breakfast with Cornelia, Karen, Valletta, Mirai, Zhou Xianlin, Kagura, and Jiang Lihua, and attending the imperial court, Seito met the former second knight of the Round Table of Britannia, the former head of the Secret Intelligence Agency, and now a prisoner, Bertolia Franks, in a study room reserved for the Emperor. Bertolia, who stood in place, didn't speak. She just calmly looked at Seito sitting on the chair, waiting for him to continue. Seito, who called Bertolia's name before, also didn't speak. He looked at the woman standing in front of him with interest. Bertolia, like other Britannians, had a tall figure. Although he didn't know exactly how tall she was, Seito estimated that she was no less than 175 meters. Her figure was slender, and her face and exposed skin were a little sickly pale, which was in line with her identity as a human experiment subject. She had an oval face, a beautiful appearance, and a pair of rimless glasses on her face. She looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, with long brown hair. Combined with her slender figure and exposed pale skin, she gave off the appearance of a sickly beauty. It wasn't easy to find you. Ito sighed after looking at Bertolia. Bertolia still didn't speak. She quietly looked at Ito, just like before. Clang, clang, clang. Ito wasn't annoyed by Bertolia's behavior. He directly flipped his hand and took out the Leia stone crystal that sealed Mariana's soul and threw on the table. Mariana's soul is sealed in this crystal. As long as you are willing to pledge your loyalty to me, I promise to let you kill her with your own hands. Ito looked at Bertolia and said calmly. Hearing Ito's words, Bertolia's calm expression immediately changed. Her sharp eyes looked at the Leia stone crystal on the table that was emitting a faint blue light under the light. Perhaps you don't know, but the geas that Mariana has is the type that can only be used once in her life. That is, the moment she dies, her soul will be lodged in another person's body. So even if her physical body dies, she can still survive in the world until the end of the physical body's lifespan. In order to gain Bertolia's trust, Ito Senari told Bertolia about Mariana's geas and explained, I extracted this soul from the sixth knight of the Round Table, the former Ares Palace maid trainee, and the only witness at the scene of Mariana's death, Anya Alstrom. Ito continued to add, Of course, if you want to see Mariana with your own eyes, that's fine. Then Ito reached out and took the Leia stone crystal on the table. He said while gently turning it on his fingertips. Listening to Ito's explanation, Bertolia's expression kept changing. Sometimes it was angry and ferocious, sometimes it was gloomy and resentful, and sometimes it was calm. In short, it changed a lot. I want to see her. After a while, Bertolia put away all the emotional fluctuations and looked at Ito again. Okay. Ito nodded and agreed. He circulated the energy in his body, and it instantly flowed through his fingers to the Leia stone crystal, activating the seal left by Ito on it. In an instant, the surface of the Leia stone suddenly emitted a silver-white light. Then Mariana, who was in between illusory and corporeal, appeared in the study room, floating in the air. Oh, where's this place? Mariana, who had just come out, covered her mouth with her right hand, turned her head to look around, and said like a weak woman, isn't this Bertolia? Why are you here? Is Cha Lulu also nearby? Soon, Mariana noticed Bertolia, who was standing on the side with a complicated light in her eyes, and said with a smile. After speaking, she ignored Bertolia and turned her head to look around again. Immediately, she found Ito sitting on the chair, and her expression changed slightly as she whispered, It's you. We meet again, Princess Mariana. Ito looked up at Mariana and smiled softly. I wonder if you were satisfied with this new residence. Hearing Ito's inquiry, Mariana, who was almost clear about the current situation, couldn't help but fall silent. How is it? Ito smiled slightly when he saw this. He withdrew his energy and resealed Mariana's soul into the Leia stone crystal. Then he looked at Bertolia in front of him and asked. Chapter 751. Are you really willing to hand her over to me? Bertolia asked in an inexplicable tone as she watched Mariana's soul disappear into the Leia stone crystal. Of course. Ito nodded affirmatively, then changed the topic and added, but only after I kill Charlulugi Britannia. Okay, Bertolia agreed. What do you want to know? Bertolia, who almost immediately entered the role of a traitor, continued. Everything about Britannia, such as the secret base that I don't know about, Charlulu's hiding place, the new base of the Geas Order, and any other information that you think can help me better rule Britannia's territory, Ito said as he put away the Leia stone crystal. Okay. Bertolia replied expressionlessly, then began to tell Ito all the secret information that she knew during her time as the head of Britannia's secret intelligence agency. Very good. After a while, Ito, who had listened to Bertolia's information, smiled affirmatively, then looked at her and continued. Later, I will arrange for you to enter the relevant department, specifically responsible for the cleanup of the places you mentioned. I understand. Bertolia, who had accepted everything since she told him the information, responded. "Come in." Ito first nodded slightly, then shouted at the door. Creak. As soon as he finished speaking, with a low sound, the chief eunuch on duty today, Zhao Hao, walked into the study. "Your Majesty." Zhao Hao saluted and called out. "Later, take her to the Imperial Intelligence Agency. Then stay there and listen to her instructions." Ito pointed at Bertolia, who was standing in place. "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Hao secretly glanced at the expressionless Bertolia and said, "When everything is over, I have a surprise for you." Ito, who had prepared the appointment letter beforehand, looked at Bertolia and smiled as he handed the letter of appointment to Zhao Hao, who had run to the desk tactfully. Bertolia had a non-committal look on her face when she heard Ito's surprise. "Also," Ito said again, "later, when you go to the prison, help me recruit Duretta of the 4th Round Table, Nanette of the 9th Round Table, and Monica of the 12th Round Table." "I understand," Bertolia replied. "You can go now." Ito, who had finished his task, said softly. Hearing this, Zhao Hao first bowed to Ito Seiji, then left the Imperial study with Bertolia. Heading to the Imperial Intelligence Agency and the Inner Imperial Prison, it had to be said that Bertolia was indeed useful. She was the former second knight of the Round Table. Nanette and Cornelia were fellow disciples. As a graduate of the same school as Nanette, it didn't take long for him to persuade Nanette Enneagram, the 9th Knight of the Round Table, who had lost her loyalty due to the fall of the Britannia Empire, to surrender, and with Nanette as an example. Coupled with the existence of Cornelia, the 12th Knight of the Round Table, Monique Kradzewski was also persuaded to surrender after a moment of hesitation. Monique Kradzewski became Ito Sei's subordinate. In the end, after seeing that among the 3 companions who were captured at the same time, except for Anya, who had mysteriously disappeared, the other 2 prisoners gave up and chose to surrender to the enemy. The 4th Knight, Duretta Ernst, also struggled for a moment. After considering all the factors, she helplessly chose to surrender. In this way, in less than an afternoon, there were 3 more elite generals under Ito Sei's command. After another week of rest, Ito, Cornelia, and the others who had just gotten married once again threw themselves into the World Unification War. But this time, because of the existence of Cornelia and the group of nobles, ministers, and officers selected by Cornelia, Sophie, and Karen, as well as the assistance of the former 8 great families of Britannia, the Huda-Felt family, which was one of the original 8 great families of Britannia. They successfully recruited a large number of former Britannia soldiers to assist the Chinese Empire in the war. Of course, in order to ensure the stability of this army, the command naturally fell on Cornelia. Then Cornelia gathered the former 6th Knight, Anya, the newly loyal 4th Knight, Duretta, the 9th Knight, Nanette, and the 12th Knight, Monica, and the others. They led this large army of Britannia to the various districts of the former Britannia. First, they rebelled against the Chinese Empire, then submitted letters of credence to declare their allegiance after the explosion of the Goddess of Love, but they were not accepted by Ito. At the same time, Lishinka, Zhou Xianlin, Karen, and Valletta, who were equipped with a batch of 7th-generation steel skeletons modified by Royd, Lakshata, Cecil, and Nina, as well as Lishinka, who had some nightmare under the moon, also joined the army. Under the escort of the Archangel, they crossed the ocean and launched an invasion war against the EU. Although the EU also launched a national mobilization order to recruit troops to form a legion to resist the Chinese Empire's army, it was just as Ito had predicted. The EU, which was half crippled by Cornelia a year and a half ago, was simply too weak. Coupled with the fact that the newly recruited troops were useless, it took less than a week for the EU to be completely defeated by Lishinka and the others, and the EU entered the stage of occupying the entire territory. Then, under the tactical arrangement of Lishinka, Zhou Xianlin, Karen, and Valletta splitting into 4 groups while the Archangel headed straight to the EU's capital, it took less than a week to completely wipe out the entire EU territory and reclaim the EU into the territory of the Chinese Federation. At the same time, under the leadership of the Valkyrie Cornelia and the four Knights of the Round Table, the reinvigorated Brittany army was also unstoppable. They almost completed the reclamation mission at the same time as the Imperial army that invaded the EU. At this point, the world war that lasted for 2 whole months officially came to an end. At the same time, it also showed that the Leluxia world had completed the absolute unification and was completely shrouded under the tyrannical power of Sei Ito, the emperor of the Chinese Empire. I am the king of the world. After completing the unification, Sei Ito announced to the people of the world through the camera operated by Diliahard himself. In order to celebrate my great achievement, I have decided to throw another goddess of love to celebrate. After the high-profile announcement, Sei Ito announced again. Wow! Hearing this, whether it was the ministers in the palace or the people in front of the TV and computer, they all immediately became noisy. Valletta, send the goddess down to the mortal world. Sei Ito ignored the noisy ministers in the palace and directly took out the communication device and ordered. As Sei Ito's voice fell, all the TV and internet in the world showed the scene of the Gobi Desert. Then the scene on the screen expanded outward, and Guinevere, who was hovering in the sky with the goddess of love in its arms, was taken into the screen. At this time, Guinevere's arms loosened, and the goddess of love immediately separated from its arms and fell down at a high speed. After a moment, a loud boom sounded, and a large grayish-black mushroom cloud quickly rose from the ground. The people of the world couldn't help but recall the Brittany army that died in the explosion of the goddess of love, and a touch of fear appeared in the hearts of the people of the world. Be afraid of me, my people. At this time, the scene changed again, and it turned into 2 images, one big and one small. In the big image, Sei Ito opened his arms and said with a crazy face, and the small screen continued to play the scene of the goddess of love, exploding. This lasted for 4 to 5 seconds, and then the scene changed back to a single image of the goddess of love, exploding. Phew! Sei Ito, who finished the scene, exhaled softly and then turned around to leave the Qinyuan palace. He didn't care if the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards could keep up with him, and he quickly walked to the palace where CC was. With his swift footsteps, Sei Ito quickly arrived at CC's palace. Wait for me outside the palace. Without my command, no one is allowed to come in. Sei Ito ordered the guards who were panting outside the palace. Then, without waiting for them to answer, he closed the palace door with a bang. Aren't you going to be the crazy emperor in front? CC, who was wearing a strange outfit, looked at Sei Ito and said sarcastically. Sei Ito didn't take CC's attitude to heart. He just shook his head and said, "No, I've done what I need to do. Now, it's time for the final step." "What are you doing?" CC's heart tightened when she heard this, and she looked at Sei Ito with vigilance. "Love you." Sei Ito walked to CC and chuckled. CC frowned when she heard Sei Ito's answer, and she silently stepped back. However, even though the palace was huge, it wasn't heaven and earth. There were walls all around, so it didn't take long for CC to be forced to the edge of the wall by Sei Ito. There was nowhere to hide. "What are you trying to do?" CC asked again when she saw that there was nowhere to hide. "Love you," Sei Ito still replied. Fortunately, unlike before, Sei Ito continued, "Of course, before I love you, I will get something from you, something very useful to me. You don't seem to need the power of Geas." CC's expression changed when she heard this, and she looked at Sei Ito, who was almost within reach. "Yes, that kind of thing is useless to me." His right index finger moved forward and formed an invisible blade with wind attribute power. He slowly moved it from top to bottom in front of CC, cutting open the clothes she was wearing while chuckling. "Do you want code?" CC ignored the clothes that were gradually tearing open, and her expression changed again. She looked at Sei Ito and asked, "Not really." His finger finally stopped at CC's lower abdomen. Then he stretched out his hands and pinched CC's shoulders. He forcefully removed the clothes from her body while shaking his head and said, "To be honest, I also have the power of immortality and longevity now." Chapter 752. P.S. Thank you, Light of Dark Flame, for your precious monthly votes. Cece's expression changed when she heard that Sei-Ito had the power of immortality. She stared at him without blinking, trying to distinguish from Sei-Ito's face whether what he said was true or false. What a beautiful body! Sei-Ito looked down at Cece's upper body that was completely exposed to the air, especially the two plump lumps on her chest and the scarlet V pattern covered by her left chest, and sighed softly. It's not a geas, it's not a code. What do you want from me? This body? Cece didn't care about her exposed body. She just looked at Ito Sei and said sarcastically, Your body is of course what I want, but in addition, I want your love and another thing that is wrapped around your soul. Sei-Ito turned his right wrist, palm facing up, and the tip of his index finger touched the end of the scarlet mark on Cece's left abdomen, and said softly while slowly tracing the scarlet line. Suppressing the strange feeling that kept coming from her body, Cece looked at Sei-Ito in front of her blankly and did not speak. Okay, it's time to start. Sei-Ito lightly flicked his index finger on the top of Cece's left chest and chuckled. Then he took a step back, and under Cece's gaze, he turned his hand and a metal object similar to the helmet worn by Magneto in X-Men appeared on his head. It may hurt a little later, just bear with it for a while. He stepped forward again, put his hand around Cece's waist, pulled her into his arms, and said softly to Cece while opening the Rubik's Cube world. Then, without waiting for Cece's reaction, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. At the same time, Sei-Ito's voice sounded in the ears of Cypress Murong in the Academy City in the Rubik's Cube world. Start the brainwave resonance amplifier immediately. Cypress Murong, who received the order, quickly turned around and ordered. Yes. The Babel female staff responded and reached out and pressed a red circular button on the instrument platform in front of her. In an instant, a powerful brainwave that almost affected the space of the Rubik's Cube world suddenly appeared above Governor Babel. It quickly rushed out of the Rubik's Cube world along the special route planned by the power of the Rubik's Cube and connected with Ito Sei. Ito Seinari, who was hit by this powerful brainwave, let out a muffled groan. At the same time, fresh blood flowed down from Sei-Ito and Cece's lips. At this time, Sei-Ito's eyes flashed, and a powerful psyche burst out of Sei-Ito's body. Under Sei-Ito's control, entered Cece's body. Ugh! At the same time, Cece's face turned pale after being invaded by the powerful spiritual energy. At the same time, he unconsciously let out a muffled groan. At this moment, the scarlet V symbol on Cece's forehead and left chest lit up as if it had been activated, illuminating the entire hall in red. At the same time, Sei-Ito, who was transformed by the psyche in Cece's body, was immediately brought into a strange and abnormal world. This world was very strange. The environment was like the empty space of the universe, but it was different from the space of the universe. It was not as vast as the universe, but there was a ceiling and a ground. It was just that the ceiling and the ground seemed to be artificially built. They were made of an unknown metal, and the surface was engraved with complicated patterns that looked like the life evolution catalog of a certain god system. And between the ceiling and the ground, a blazing white ball of light, like the sun in the universe, was suspended in the deep space of the universe. I finally came in the inner core of the sea world. Sei-Ito looked at the white ball of light with a slightly excited expression. Since returning to Leluxiu's world, Sei-Ito had been thinking about how to achieve his goal when he planned to use the sea world to increase the power of the willpower in his hand. After all, he had plundered the sea world once. Although it was only a small amount, it was definitely an existence that was still fresh in the memory of the sea world. Therefore, if he wanted to successfully bite off a piece of meat from the sea world, he had to use other methods to achieve his goal. After that, Sei-Ito thought of the characteristics of the sea world, the collective of the human subconscious of Leluxiu's world. Then Sei-Ito thought of the original work, the scene where Leluxiu used Geas to affect the consciousness of the people all over the world. At that time, Sei Ito thought that since the sea world could affect the consciousness of the people all over the world, why couldn't the consciousness of the people all over the world affect the sea world? The fastest thing that could be remembered and left in the subconscious was extreme emotions. The extreme emotions that could affect the people all over the world were negative emotions like fear and resentment. Therefore, Sei Ito recalled the original plot again, and after combining the power in his hands, he formulated a plan to conquer the world. He used the image of a tyrant and a demon king to affect the people's perception of him, thus creating fear of him. Then he used everyone's consciousness to carve it into the sea world and affect the sea world. However, when the time came, how to enter the sea world would become another problem. There were only 3 ways to enter the sea world in the entire Leluxiu world. The first way was like before, entering the sea world through the ruins. However, at that time, he entered the outer layer of the sea world, and there weren't many good things. For Sei Ito, who had spent a lot of effort to control the whole world and influence the sea world, the gains didn't make up for the losses. The second way was in the Britannia Empire's imperial capital, the sort of Akasha system created by Emperor Zalulu and VV. However, the problem was that the system could only be used by people with a code. At the same time, the location of the system was uncertain, and the specific effects were unknown, so it wasn't suitable for Sei Ito to use. The last way was to come into contact with a code holder and trigger the Gia status that the other party gave others, then directly invade the sea world through the code's exposed backdoor. At that time, the last place he could enter would be the core of the sea world. After all, the Gia's power could evolve into a code, and at the same time, it was produced according to the will of the people. It couldn't be achieved without the cooperation of the sea world's core. However, there were only 2 people with a code in the entire Leluxiu world. One was Shota VV, and the other was the undead witch CC. With Sei Ito's male identity as the starting point, he naturally chose the beautiful CC. Moreover, CC was the only one who stayed outside. VV either stayed in the Akasha system to accompany Emperor Zalulu, or stayed in the church. His movements were always through the teleportation of the thinking elevator, and he never showed himself outside the Britannia Empire. Despite all these preparations, Sei Ito, who still had lingering fears from the last mental attack of the sea world, racked his brains to add a layer of insurance for himself. That was to use the brainwave resonance amplifier he obtained from the Babel organization in the absolutely pitiful world, combined with the spiritual power of all the hypnotic espers in the Rubik's Cube world. He could use it to fight against the sea world or hypnotize the sea world with a hypnotic power far beyond the Leluxia's Gias. In the Rubik's Cube world, there were 3 level 7 pure hypnotic espers and 2 level 7 hypnotic espers with combined abilities. In addition, there were more than 600 people with other hypnotic espers ranging from level 2 to level 6. It was enough to directly hypnotize the people of the world. Let's move quickly. This concentrated spiritual power is too strong. Even with my level spiritual power, I can't handle it. Sei Ito looked down at the slightly trembling spiritual illusion and thought to himself. Then he drove his body and floated toward the blazing white ball of light in the core of the sea world. It's just that the distance didn't seem far, but when he really floated, he found that the ball of light seemed to be in another dimension. No matter how he moved forward, he couldn't get close to it. The core of a world is really something. Sei Ito, who slowly stopped, praised in his heart. It seems that I have to use force. Sei Ito continued to think. After thinking about it, Sei Ito slowly closed his eyes and mobilized his spiritual power to try to control the powerful gathered spiritual power. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. While fully erupting his spiritual power into the blazing white ball of light, he shouted in a deep voice, "I am the king of the world. My people, why don't you see me?" Immediately, in the core of the sea world, there was only a whistling sound similar to the passing of a gale. The spiritual power visible to the naked eye was like a silver-white waterfall. In the blink of an eye, it crossed an unknown distance of space and rushed toward the blazing white ball of light. At the same time, in Ito's deep voice, under the influence of the people of the world's latent consciousness of Ito, the king of the world, a wave-like ripple suddenly appeared around the blazing white ball of light. The blazing white ball of light that seemed to be in another dimension became blurred. At this moment, the silver-white waterfall that had been moving toward the blazing white ball of light suddenly appeared in front of the blazing white ball of light, as if it had teleported and projected onto the blazing white ball of light without stopping. This, the sound of cold metal hitting hot metal, immediately rang out in the core space of the sea world. At the same time, Ito's spiritual body, which was connected to the spiritual power, immediately trembled violently. Ito in the real world couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. At the same time, two streaks of blood flowed down from the corners of Ito's eyes. Even so, Ito in the core space of the sea world had a satisfied smile on his face. This was because just now, Ito had truly felt his influence on the sea world, as well as the influence of his hypnosis ability on the blazing white ball of light. Then, Ito directly ignored the pain and damage that was constantly occurring in his body. He continued to use his hypnosis ability at full power, using the people's latent consciousness to hypnotize the blazing white ball of light and control it in his hands. Chapter 753. P.S. Thank you to T-Can, Cripple, and ZWZBUJ for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Xjilvdia for your tip. After an unknown period of time, not only the gathered spiritual power, but even Ito Sei's own spiritual power was about to be exhausted. A feeling of complete obedience to him was transmitted from the inside of the blazing white light ball. It's finally done. Ito, who sensed this information, felt relieved. The illusory mental power illusion immediately shattered into countless silver fluorescent lights and slowly dissipated in the core space of World C, leaving only a voice full of exclamation echoing in the core space of World C. Puff. At the moment when the spiritual illusion dissipated, in the real world, Ito Sei, who had already been bleeding from his 7 orifices and his face was pale like a ghost, suddenly separated from CC. He raised his head and spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Fortunately, I asked the Rubik's Cube to protect me at all times. If I was in danger, I would use the power of the world to heal myself. Otherwise, I would be bleeding from all orifices. Ito, who was lying on the ground with his limbs spread out, thought to himself with a grin. Ugh! At this time, a low groan sounded, and the scarlet light under her forehead and left chest quickly disappeared. CC finally came back to her senses and knelt on the ground weakly. Her hair was disheveled as she panted heavily. What did you do to me? After a while, CC looked up at Ito, whose face was covered in dried blood, but whose face was gradually returning to normal. Nothing. I just conquered the shackles on your soul. Ito replied softly with his eyes closed. What do you mean? CC still didn't quite understand. The shackles on your body are code, and the source of code is World C, and World C is the shackles on your soul. Otherwise, code alone can only ensure that your body doesn't die, but can't prevent your soul from returning to its source. Ito explained. You're saying that you've conquered World C? CC, who finally understood the situation from Ito Sei's words, looked at him in shock. Yes, although I almost failed, Ito said with a tone full of relief. How is this possible? CC, who knew what World C meant, exclaimed in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. You think World C is unconquerable because you don't know enough. Ito turned over and sat up on the ground, while waving his hand to summon a water ball to wash the dried blood off his face. He explained. CC looked at Ito and the water ball that suddenly appeared on his face with a strange expression. From now on, Yor belongs to me, CC. Itose looked at CC and announced after throwing away the dirty water ball outside with instant transmission. Let us love each other in the long process of immortality. Then he moved his body in front of CC. Seito reached out and pinched CC's chin, making her look into his eyes, and continued, I won't let you be alone. After saying this, Seito didn't wait for CC's reaction. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. He stuck out his tongue and took the initiative to hook her tongue. Although CC was a witch who had lived for God knows how many years, her kissing skills were very rusty. Under Seito's teasing, she couldn't help but let out a low moan from her throat. Then CC, who reacted, pushed him with both hands. She pushed Seito's body away from her. I know what happened today has a big impact on your cognition, and your mind is in a mess, so I won't force you. As for the rest, you will feel it yourself in the future. Seito, who was pushed away by CC, didn't move closer and stood up from the ground. He said to CC, calm down. If you need anything, just tell the maids outside. Seito looked at CC, who was in a daze, and then turned around and walked out of the palace. After arranging for the maids to wait outside the palace, he casually found an empty palace in Vermilion Forbidden City and walked in. Rubik's Cube, what do you mean by devouring this world? After closing the palace door, Seito, who was sitting on a chair in the palace, asked Rubik's Cube in his mind. It turned out that when Seito controlled World C and withdrew from the core space to receive treatment from Rubik's Cube actually took the initiative to ask him in his mind. Successfully controlled the current world. Do you want to devour this world? This was very strange for Rubik's Cube, who couldn't get anything out of Rubik's Cube and almost never took the initiative to ask him anything. And what was even more strange was that this time, Rubik's Cube didn't want to devour the power of the world that Seito was familiar with, but a complete world. This made him puzzled and curious. The host has successfully controlled the current world and has become the world lord of the current world. The conditions for devouring have been met, and the host can completely devour this world. Rubik's Cube's information appeared in Seito's mind and explained. World Lord? Seito, who had an inexplicable feeling towards this word, couldn't help but repeat it. When the actual control of a world reaches more than 51%, you can become the lowest level of World Lord. Rubik's Cube explained. That is to say, if I control more than half of the countries and people in a world, I can become the World Lord and meet the conditions for devouring. Seito, who had some understanding of the World Lord, asked again. In low-end worlds or worlds without world will, this is the case. World will. How is this ratio calculated? Although Seito's question was vague, Rubik's Cube, who was connected to his mind, was very clear about what Seito wanted to ask. The planets will account for 45% to 48%. The will of different life forms in different planets or worlds accounts for 12% to 15%. High-end civilizations account for 15% to 20%. High-end forces account for 7% to 9%. The world itself has a fluctuation value of 3% to 5%. The rest is shared by those who are favored by the world. Rubik's Cube explained in detail. The planets can actually reach a maximum of 48%. It accounts for almost half. Seito, who had finished browsing through the data presented by Rubik's Cube, exclaimed in his mind, if I control World C, according to the highest value, it's 15%. I've taken all 20% of the high-end civilization, and I've also taken all 20% of the high-end forces. Putting aside the fluctuation value of the world itself, I've taken all the souls of the original characters such as Kagura, Karen, Valletta, Cornelia, Yufei, Zhang Lihua, Lishinka, Zhou Xianlin, Miley Ai, Nina, Cecil, Roy, Likshana, CC, Anya, and Mariana souls are all with me. Excluding the original protagonists Leluxiu and Nunnally, the killed Suzaku and Rollo, and the other characters who aren't under my control but aren't affected by my control, I can basically get 80% of the worlds favored by the world. Ito then subconsciously calculated his control over Leluxiu's world. Excluding the 48% occupied by the planets, well, that doesn't exist in this world. I really don't know until I calculate. I'm shocked. My control over Leluxiu's world is actually as high as 90%. Ito, who had finished calculating the control rate, was shocked in his heart. Rubik's Cube. What's the standard of the world's will's fluctuation value? Ito asked again. It's tilted according to the degree of convergence. Rubik's Cube replied. In other words, I've also obtained the fluctuation value of Leluxiu's world? Ito asked again. Yes. Rubik's Cube simply replied. Phew, about 95%. That's too exaggerated. Ito shook his head slightly and sighed. Then he asked again in his heart, right, if I become the lord of the world but my control rate isn't high, what will happen if I still devour the world? If the will of the world exists, the will of the world will counterattack. Rubik's Cube replied. Although Rubik's Cube didn't say what the result of the counterattack would be from the difficulty of controlling World C alone, the power of the counterattack was definitely not something he could withstand. Then Ito calmed his mind, turned back to the original topic, and asked what will happen to the world after devouring it. After the devouring is completed, the current world can exist in the form of a planet or a continent around the core continent, and in the void according to the will of the host. Rubik's Cube said, Phew, I thought the world would be directly turned into various kinds of energy to be devoured. Fortunately, it's okay. Ito, who saw that the result wasn't what he thought, breathed a sigh of relief. If the devouring starts, how long will it take to finish? Ito asked again. Knowing the time, it would be easier to arrange the time to finish some things. The time is unknown. Rubik's Cube simply replied. It seems that I have to go to Kuga Hall and bring them into the Rubik's Cube world first, and finish another thing before I can start the devouring. Ito, who was a little surprised by Rubik's Cube answer, thought to himself. After thinking about it, Ito temporarily cut off the connection with Rubik's Cube, got up from his seat, and left the palace where he was currently and returned to the imperial study. Go, call the cabinet ministers Princess Mi, Princess Kagura, Princess Jianglihua, and Chief of Intelligence Bertolia. Ito ordered Gao Hai, who was beside him. Yes. Gao Hai accepted the order, then turned around and walked out of the imperial study and summoned the little eunuchs to pass on Ito's order. A few minutes later, Mi, Kagura, and Jianglihua arrived at the imperial study together. You guys sit aside and wait. There are a few more people coming. Ito looked at Mi and the other two who walked into the imperial study and said, Hearing this, the three of them nodded, walked to the chairs that the palace maids hurriedly prepared, and sat down, waiting quietly. A few minutes later, 5 or 6 old men in imperial official uniforms and the expressionless Bertolia walked into the imperial study, saluted Ito, and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. Chapter 754. P.S. Thank you to Wind-Blowing Willow Green and Hajojo for their precious monthly votes. I will be away from the palace for a few days. During my absence, you can decide on all the small matters by yourselves. For major matters, you can discuss and decide with Princess Mi, Princess Kagura, and Princess Jianglihua. After the ministers bowed, Ito looked at them and said, Yes. Knowing Ito's temper, the cabinet ministers didn't object and saluted together. That's all I want to say. Except for Bertolia, everyone else can leave. Seeing that things were going smoothly, Ito nodded and said, We, your concubine, will leave. The cabinet ministers and Mi, Kagura, and Jianglihua stood up from their seats and saluted together, then turned and left the imperial study. Although that guy Cha Lulu hasn't been found yet, the matter is temporarily over. I'll leave this thing to you. When only Bertolia and himself were left in the imperial study, Ito took out the Leia's stone crystal that sealed Mariana's soul and threw it on the table. When it hit the table, it made a clang, clang, clang sound. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bertolia looked at the trembling Leia stone crystal on the table and said with a complicated expression, "This crystal is very hard. If you want to destroy it, it's best to use a large tool and then throw the fragments into a high-temperature furnace to completely destroy it. Otherwise, even if the crystal shatters, Mariana's soul may be left behind," Ito reminded. Bertolia, who stepped forward and took the Leia's stone crystal in her hand, nodded and returned to her original position. "When I appointed you as the head of the Empire's Secret Intelligence Department, I said that if you do things well, I will have another surprise for you." At this time, Seito got up from his seat and walked around the table to Bertolia while saying softly, "You've done a good job these days, so I've decided to heal your body. I'll help you extend your life." Walking in front of Bertolia, his right index finger half bent and lightly hooked her chin. Then he gently raised Bertolia's head so that her eyes met his. Hearing Seito's words, Bertolia's eyes immediately flashed. It was obvious that she was affected by Seito's words. Seito retracted his arm and said with a smile, "Go down and tell them what you're doing. Then, follow me out of the palace. I'll treat you on the way." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Bertolia said in an inexplicable tone. "Go and come back quickly." Ito Mori turned back to his seat and sat down. Bertolia first bowed to Seito. Then, he turned and left the imperial study. Seito smiled as he watched Bertolia leave. Then, he took out a communication device from his desk and contacted Cornelia, Karen, Valletta, Josiane Grin, and Lishinka, who stayed outside to digest the newly acquired territory. He explained to them that he would be away for a period of time and told them to focus on their current problems and not to rush back to the Empire. After that, Seito ended the call and sat quietly in the imperial study to wait. "Your Majesty, Bertolia's intelligence officer is here." After a while, Gao Hai, who was guarding outside the imperial study, gently pushed the door open and walked in. He reported to Seito, who was sitting in his seat with his eyes closed. "Tell her to come in." Seito opened his eyes. He looked at Gao Hai and ordered. "Yes." Gao Hai replied and turned to leave the imperial study. Then, in the next moment, Bertolia walked into the imperial study and entered Seito's line of sight. "Are you done?" Seito asked. "Yes." Bertolia replied. "Good, let's go." Seito nodded. He got up from his seat and said. Then, he walked around the desk and walked past Bertolia. Then, he left the imperial study with Bertolia, who was silently following behind him. He waved away the guards, maids, and eunuchs who wanted to follow them and only brought Gao Hai, who was on duty, to an empty place in Vermilion Forbidden City. After a while, Seito, Bertolia, and Gao Hai arrived outside an empty palace. "After I leave, go to the palace and tell Mai Liai, Princess Fei, Princess Kagura, and Princess Jiang Lihua about my departure." Seito stopped and said to Gao Hai, "Yes, Your Majesty." Gao Hai replied. At this moment, Ito-sei suddenly strode to Bertolia's side and wrapped his arms around her waist without any explanation. When Bertolia frowned slightly, he activated instant transmission and disappeared in front of Bertolia. After that, Seito didn't stop and continued to use instant transmission to leave the Chinese Empire. He passed through the endless ocean and entered the EU Alliance's territory. Finally, he appeared in the bridge of the Archangel, which was somewhere in the EU. "Margot, I'm back." Seito, who appeared in the bridge, let go of Bertolia and walked to Margot, who was sitting in the captain's seat and leisurely drinking a bottled drink with a smile on his face. Margot looked at Seito coldly and ignored him. "What's wrong?" Seito asked softly with a puzzled expression. Margot didn't answer Seito's question and just asked in a businesslike manner, "Sir Seito, what brings you here this time?" Ito-sei frowned slightly when he saw this. He didn't immediately answer Margot's question. Instead, he lowered his head and recalled what he had done in the past 2 months. He wanted to see what made Margot so unhappy. With Seito's brain's efficiency, he quickly recalled everything that happened since he returned to the Luxia world and found 2 reasons that might have made Margot unhappy. The first was the incident where he used the goddess of love to bomb the Britannia's army. After all, Amaru, who had a deep memory of Bloody Valentine, Unius 7, nuclear bombs, and the Genesis, might not be happy about it. The second was because of his wedding. After all, he had married so many women, and 3 of them were from the same Rubik's Cube world as her, but he didn't marry her. This made her feel dissatisfied or that he didn't value her enough. But in Seito's mind, the second reason was closer to the truth. After all, Margot was a soldier, so she didn't hate using nuclear bombs. What she really hated was using nuclear bombs on civilians, just like the Bloody Valentine incident in the Gundam world. As for using it on the enemy, other than feeling that it was a bit excessive and cruel, she wouldn't be angry because it was to reduce her own losses. At most, she would be angry for a few days. Otherwise, she wouldn't have listened to Seito's orders and continued to cooperate with the Chinese Empire to wage war against EU. As for the second reason, just from the perspective of Seito's woman, it was enough to make her feel angry. Furthermore, she had a conflict with Seito. To be able to endure the complicated emotions in her heart until now, Margot had already shown enough restraint and love for Seito. Nader must be feeling very sad and frustrated right now. Ito Seiji muttered to himself as he tried to figure out what was going on. Margot, I didn't forget you, and it's not that I don't value you. As for why I didn't marry you here, I will give you a satisfactory answer later. Then he squatted down and reached out to grab Margot's hands. He looked up at Margot's cold eyes and said softly with a sincere expression, Okay, I'll wait for your answer. Margot said coldly, I promise, the answer will definitely satisfy you. Seito held Margot's hands in his hands and kissed them while saying in a serious tone. Then he held Margot's left hand with his right hand and stood up from the ground. He looked at the big screen of the Archangel and said, Tell people to get ready, we're going back. Margot didn't pull her hand out of Seito's hand. She pressed a button on the armrest and gave the order to set sail to the entire ship. Immediately, an alarm sounded in the ship, and all the staff resting in the lounge put down what they were doing and returned to their posts to prepare. Swoosh! At this time, a soft sound was heard. Baki Lulu and 3 or 4 crew members walked out of the elevator door and quickly returned to their respective posts. Archangel, start. After all the staff were seated, Margot ordered with a serious expression. Archangel, start. Helmsman Newman repeated. After he said that, the 6 main thrusters and 4 auxiliary thrusters at the tail of the Archangel spewed out blue flames at the same time. The Archangel slowly rose from the ground and moved into the distance. At this time, Seito's mind moved. A dark hole that was small at first, but in the blink of an eye, it expanded into a huge round hole in front of the Archangel. It was like a giant beast opening its mouth, quietly waiting for the Archangel to walk into its trap. Seeing this, Bertolia, who had been very calm, turned her head to look at the other people in the bridge. After seeing that they all had a calm expression, she suppressed the surprise in her heart and continued to watch everything silently. Then the light in the Archangel's bridge was first dark, then it was bright again. A space completely different from the previous environment appeared in the eyes of everyone in the Archangel's bridge. You guys continue to stay on standby in the Archangel. I'll take care of other things. Seito turned his head and said to Margot. But at this time, Margot still had a cold expression and ignored his words. Seito didn't say anything when he saw this. He directly activated instant transmission and disappeared from the bridge of the Archangel, appearing in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube still don't seal the space-time channel in the Luxio world. Directly send me back to the world of the strongest disciple in history. Seito raised his head and ordered the void while the corresponding space-time channel number of the world of the strongest disciple in history appeared in his mind. Space-time channel temporarily stabilized. Transmission begins. As the information of the Rubik's Cube appeared, a stream of light suddenly appeared from the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Like a ribbon, it wrapped around Seito's body and carried him into the huge vortex that had been appearing in the void until it finally turned into a colorful light spot and disappeared completely. Crackle! With a familiar sound of glass breaking, Seito's figure reappeared on the street of the world of the strongest disciple in history. Then Seito took out the mobile phone that could only be used in the world of the strongest disciple in history and sent the message, "I'm back," to Juga Hall-yori, Nanjo Kirisaros, and Hakutori. After that, Ito-sei looked up at the sky and saw that it was already dusk, so he sent a message to the 3 people in Kuga Hall using the group messaging mode. "See you in Kirisaros' apartment in half an hour." After sending the message, he put away his mobile phone and walked toward Nanjo Kirisaros' apartment in a leisurely manner. Although Ito deliberately slowed down his pace, the location where he appeared was not far from Nanjo Kirisaros' apartment. Therefore, after dilly-dallying for 10 minutes, he still arrived at the door of Nanjo Kirisaros' apartment. Then, he took out his key, unlocked the door, and walked in. "I'm back," Ito, who took off his shoes at the entrance, shouted. "Looks like none of them are back yet." After waiting for a few seconds and seeing that no one responded, Ito walked into the kitchen and took out various fresh vegetables from the Rubik's Cube world, washing them and preparing them. "After being served with clothes and food for 2 months, I'm really not used to suddenly using a kitchen knife to cook by myself." Ito, who was holding the kitchen knife in his hand, shook his head slightly and chuckled. Clang, 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 clang. The next moment, a series of crisp sounds rang out from the kitchen. Clang. A few minutes later, along with a soft sound, Nanjo Kirisaros, who was still wearing a red short-sleeve shirt, a pair of jeans, and a green top hat, Shiratori, who was dressed like a young European aristocrat with a large windbreaker, looked very masculine, and Kuga Kinyori, who was wearing tight sports spandex pants, a dark blue sports sweat-absorbing vest, and an orange long-sleeve jacket, walked into the room. "You guys are back. Go wash your hands. The food will be ready soon," Ito, who poked his head out of the kitchen, said to Kuga Kinyori. Kuga Kinyori, Nanjo Kirisaros, and Shiratori looked at each other and obediently went into the bathroom to wash their hands. After that, the 3 of them returned to the living room and waited for a while before Ito walked out of the kitchen with the food and greeted the 3 of them to eat. During the meal, Ito did not immediately say that he wanted to take them away. Instead, he quietly listened to them talk about what happened between the Shinhaku Alliance, Liangshan Lake, and Yomi in the 2 months that he was not around. "Is everything ready?" After the meal, Ito, who was sitting between Nanjo Kirisaros and Kuga Kinyori, suddenly asked after cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks. After hearing Ito's words, the 3 of them were silent at first. Then Kuga Kinyori took the lead and nodded. Chapter 755. But my father would like to see you first. The Kuga Hall owner turned to look at Ito and said, "In addition, the Valkyrie squad also agreed to leave with me." "Okay, I'll go back with you to see your father later." Ito nodded and said, "What's wrong?" Then he turned to look at the hesitant Nanjo Nora and asked softly, "Are we leaving immediately tonight?" Nanjo Nora asked upon hearing the question. "If we can leave tonight, then we'll leave tonight. If we can't, then we can leave tomorrow." Ito replied, "Then let's leave tomorrow night. I want to say goodbye to those guys from the Shinhaku Alliance tomorrow." Hearing Ito say that there was no need to leave immediately, Nanjo Nora sighed and looked at Ito and said, "Okay." Ito smiled and agreed. "What about you, Whitebird? Do you have any problems?" Then Ito looked at Whitebird, who was sitting on the right side of Nanjo Nora, and asked. "No." Whitebird shook her head. "Since there are no problems, then I'll go see her father with Nanjo first." Seeing that the 3 of them had no problems, Ito stood up from the sofa and said. Then he stood up with the Kuga Hall owner and walked to the entrance. "We'll be leaving first." Ito, who was wearing his shoes with the Kuga Hall owner, said to Nanjo Nora and Whitebird, who were standing at the entrance, to send them off. Then he took the Kuga Hall owner's hand, pushed open the apartment door, and walked out of the apartment in a flash, gradually disappearing behind the gradually closing door. After leaving Nanjo Nora's apartment, the 2 of them were not in a hurry to rush to the Kuga Hall Ryu Stick Jutsu Dojo. Instead, they walked slowly to the Kuga Hall Ryu Stick Jutsu Dojo, as if they were taking a stroll, quietly enjoying their reunion after 2 months. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Kuga Hall Ryu Stick Jutsu Dojo. Then, led by the Kuga Hall owner, they walked to the room where the Kuga Hall owner's father was. Father. After a while, he came to Juga Hall outside the room. He reached out to hold the door handle and called out softly to remind the people inside. He opened the door and led Sei Ito into the room. As the door opened, a man in a white jacket walked in. She was wearing a blue Japanese-style trouser skirt. Her figure was not considered burly and was comparable to an ordinary person's. She had a square face. A middle-aged man in his 40s came into Ito-sei's sight. Father, this is the Sei Ito I told you about. After Sei Ito also entered the room, Kuga-kan reached out to close the door again and introduced her father. Hello, uncle. I'm Sei Ito. Nice to meet you. Sei Ito said politely. Take a seat first. Kuga-kan's father didn't treat Sei Ito with a dignified appearance. Instead, he looked at Sei Ito like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law and said. Sei Ito didn't act pretentious. He nodded and sat down opposite Kuga-kan's father. I heard some things about you from Kotoshi. It's just too fantastic. I don't believe it. So for Kotoshi's safety, I asked her to bring you to meet me. After having a general impression of Sei Ito, Kuga-kan's father went straight to the point and stated the reason why he wanted to see him. I understand Uncle's mood. After all, that kind of thing is too exaggerated. If I were in Uncle's position, I would definitely make the same choice. I might even be worse than Uncle and do something more extreme. Sei Ito nodded in agreement. It's good that you understand. Kuga-kan's father's face relaxed, and his tone softened a lot. Since that's the case, I wonder if you can take me to your world for a walk. I want to see it for myself and see the old man who is currently living in your world. Then, the father of the Naga Hall's representative suggested. Of course. Sei Ito, who knew that he had to agree to this kind of thing, and he didn't mean to refuse, nodded in agreement. Uncle, don't resist. Sei Ito then reminded. After saying that, he took Kuga-kan's father and entered the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the streets of the ecological city. Kuga-kan's father, who saw that the environment around him had changed greatly, looked at everything in front of him with a slightly shocked expression. In this regard, Sei Ito didn't disturb him. He quietly accompanied him, waiting for Kuga-kan's father to recover. Kuga-kan's father was a master of staff techniques. His mental cultivation was not bad, so he quickly recovered from the shock. Phew, there really is another world, Kuga-kan's father said with a light sigh. Uncle, please. Seeing that Kuga-kan's father recovered, Sei Ito reached out and led the way. Then, together with Kuga-kan's father, he took him to visit the ecological city. Uncle, how do you feel? More than 2 hours later, Sei Ito, who took Kuga-kan's father to visit most of the city and showed him various magical powers, asked with a smile on his face. Not bad. I have learned something new. Kuga-kan's father nodded and said. Then if I provide a venue for Uncle, would Uncle be willing to move Kuga-kan's staff technique hall here? Sei Ito then asked. Kid, you stole my daughter and cheated my old man. Now you don't even plan to let me, your father, go? After confirming that Sei Ito was not a liar, Kuga-kan's father's tone became softer and he joked. For masters, I never complain about too many, and Uncle doesn't want to be separated from me for a long time in the future. You want to see me, but you can't. Sei Ito said with a smile. Indeed, if I go with you, I really don't know when I will see you again. Kuga-kan's father said with disappointment. So, Uncle, it's better if you move the staff arts dojo here. With my promotion policy in the city, I believe that the business will definitely be better and not worse than the outside world, and it can also spread the staff arts of the Juka Dojo, right? I think Uncle also wants to see Kuga-kan's staff technique become a prominent sect like Shinto-kan staff technique. Sei Ito continued to persuade. These words really touched Kuga-kan's father's heart, and he couldn't help but frown and ponder. Sei Ito saw this and didn't persuade again. He took Kuga-kan's hand and took her to play on the streets of the city. Well, Kid, I promise you to move the staff technique hall here. After a while, Kuga-kan's father looked determined and said to Sei Ito, who was playing with his daughter, "Wise choice." Sei Ito turned to Kuga-kan's father and said with a thumbs up, "Wait, I will choose a golden location in the city for Uncle and move the Kuga-kan staff technique hall there." Sei Ito, who took back his finger, continued, "Okay, send me to see the old man first, and then you two go on a date." Since he had made a decision, Kuga-kan's father shook his head and said with a funny face, "Okay." Hearing his father's words, Kuga-kan's cheeks blushed unconsciously. Sei Ito, whose face was already comparable to the city wall, was not moved at all. He nodded and said. Then he changed his mind and took Kuga-kan's father and appeared outside Kuga-kan's dormitory door. Dang, dang, dang. Old man. Sei Ito bent his finger and knocked on the door and shouted, "Come in." Kuga-kan's father said. Sei Ito, who got permission, unlocked the door and opened the door. He took Kuga-kan's father and walked into the dormitory where Kuga-kan's father lived. "Father." Kuga-kan's father called to Kuga-kan's father. "It's you." Kuga-kan's father said with some surprise. "Old man, uncle, you talk." With that said, Sei Ito took Kuga-kan's hand and walked out of the room and continued to take her stroll on the street. It was not until an hour later that he took Kuga-kan's father back to Kuga-kan's dormitory. "Father, we'll go first. After the staff technique hall is settled, I will pick you up." Seeing Sei Ito and Kuga-kan's father came back, Kuga-kan's father said to Kuga-kan's father, "I know." Kuga-kan's father said, "Let's go." Kuga-kan's father said. Sei Ito nodded and took Kuga-kan's father and left the Rubik's Cube world in an instant, appearing in the world of the strongest disciple in history, the house behind Kuga-kan's staff technique hall. "It's very late. You two go to rest. As for the staff technique hall, we will deal with it tomorrow." Back in the room, Kuga-kan's father looked a little emotional and said to Sei Ito and Kuga-kan's father, "About the staff technique hall, Uncle doesn't have to be too troublesome. You just have to post a notice to announce the closure and deal with the students. As for the rest, I can take care of it." Sei Ito smiled. "All right." Kuga-kan's father thought about it and agreed. "Then, Xiao and I will leave first." Seeing that he agreed, Sei Ito didn't say anything. He bowed to him, then took Kuga-kan's father out of the room and walked to Kuga-kan's room. "From now on, you are completely mine, and it's the kind of family." After returning to the room, Sei Ito reached out and hugged Kuga-kan's father. Kuga-kan's father, who knew that he didn't have to be separated from his family in the future, responded in a low voice with satisfaction. Then the two entered the bathroom one after another to wash up. Both of them fell on the narrow single bed in Kuga-kan's house and slept in each other's arms. The next night was silent, and in a blink of an eye, it was the next day. Early in the morning, Sei Ito and Kuga-kan finished washing up and accompanied Kuga-kan's father to have breakfast. Then, he left Kuga-kan to help his father deal with the closure of Kuga-kan's staff technique hall. He followed a spiritual imprint fluctuation and used instant transmission to find Li Tianmin and Li Leiji, who were temporarily living in a dark stronghold in Japan. "We meet again, Master Li Tianmin," Sei Ito said to Li Tianmin with a smile. Chapter 756. "It's you." Looking at Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared, Li Tianmin said in shock, "How did you get here?" Li Tianmin then questioned in a stern voice. "As long as I want to, there are few places in this world that I can't enter." Sei Ito shrugged and looked at Li Tianmin with a smile. Recalling the way Sei Ito appeared like a ghost just now, Li Tianmin, who subconsciously wanted to scold Sei Ito for his arrogance, suddenly swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He frowned and looked at Sei Ito and asked again, "What are you doing here?" "I want to make a deal with you, Master Li Tianmin." With a wave of one hand, Sei Ito suddenly grabbed a wooden chair from the void and put it on the ground. He stepped forward and sat down with a smile as he looked at Li Tianmin, who was shocked by his strange means again. Li Tianmin, who was shocked by Sei Ito's magical means that seemed to be in China's legends, felt his heart tighten, and asked in a deep voice, "What deal? Take your earthly gate and yearly clan to me." Say Ito gradually put away the smile on his face and said with a serious face, "And as the price, I will provide you with the opportunity to become a prominent sect, and your Lee family will live a rich and happy life." You want me to betray the dark? Although he was wary of Sei Ito's magical means, Li Tianmin still asked with a gloomy face, "If you think so, that's fine too." Sei Ito said with an indifferent face, "You should know what the dark means. Under almost the same circumstances, why should I agree to you? And after agreeing to you, what will you use to ensure that our ground sect and Li family will not be retaliated by the dark?" Li Tianmin asked again. "The same conditions?" Sei Ito looked at Li Tianmin with a faint smile on his face and said, "I remember that the condition that the dark gave you was that after defeating Liangshan Lake, your underground sect could recruit disciples and become a prominent sect. As for your Li clan, dark doesn't seem to have given you any promises. Everything is still up to you to accept missions in exchange for high rewards. Then what is the opportunity to become a prominent family that you mentioned?" Li Tianmin, who saw that his family's background had been exposed, did not blush at all. He continued to ask, "As long as your Earth sect and Li clan submit to me, you can immediately open your mountain gate and recruit disciples. As for whether those people are willing to join your underground sect, it all depends on your own abilities. This is much better than the dark sect's conditions, isn't it?" Sei Ito explained. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Li Tianmin could not help but fall silent. "Then how can you guarantee that my Earth sect and Li clan will not be retaliated against by the dark after we submit to you?" After a while, Li Tianmin asked again. "Why?" Ito Sei chuckled when he heard this. Then he stood up from a chair and sent him back to the Rubik's Cube world. He said to Li Tianmin, "I'll let you see why I do it. Remember not to resist later." Sei Ito then reminded him. After speaking, he brought Li Tianmin into the Rubik's Cube world. "Welcome to my world, Master Li Tianmin." Sei Ito, who was floating above the city, said to Li Tianmin, whose pupils contracted and heart beat a little faster, "What do you think now?" After a pause, Sei Ito asked with a smile, "Are you an immortal?" Li Tianmin suddenly looked at Sei Ito and asked in a weak tone. Sei Ito, who was a little dumbfounded by Li Tianmin's question, shook his head slightly and explained, "Not for the time being. I'm just on the path to becoming an immortal." "Okay, I promise you. I'll take the Earth sect and Li clan to submit to you." After listening to Sei Ito's answer, Li Tianmin nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, "Okay." Sei Ito smiled happily. Then with a thought, he brought Li Tianmin back to the dark stronghold in the world of the strongest disciple in history. "Is there anything to pack? If not, we'll go back to China now and take over the Earth sect and the clan." Sei Ito said to Li Tianmin beside him, "There's nothing to pack. Let's go." Li Tianmin said simply, "Okay." Sei Ito nodded and then asked, "Where are your Earth sect and Li clan?" "Sichuan XXX County." Li Tianmin replied. Sei Ito, who got the exact address, reached out and grabbed Li Tianmin's arm, launched instant transmission, and disappeared from the dark stronghold. He appeared in the air 1 kilometer away from the stronghold. Then, without giving Li Tianmin a chance to be shocked, he continued to launch instant transmission and move quickly to China Sichuan. After more than 10 minutes of flashing, Sei Ito and Li Tianmin's figures appeared in China Sichuan. After another 2 or 3 minutes of flashing, they arrived at the XXX County mentioned by Li Tianmin. "We're here." Sei Ito, who was standing on the street of XXX County, said to Li Tianmin. "Sure enough, it's the work of an immortal." Feeling the sense of reality from the soles of his feet, Li Tianmin said with a sigh. After all, Li Tianmin was an expert. His state of mind was naturally not as bad as that of ordinary people. After a sigh, he sorted out his mood and took Sei Ito to the village where the Earth sect and Li clan were located. In fact, there were not many people in the Earth sect that Li Tianmin mentioned. Other than the original disciples in the clan, there were only 2 or 3 children from other families in the village and his daughter. After all, the world of the strongest disciple in history was also a modern society. The practice of martial arts was not as good as before. Except for some people who practiced the Li clan's family heirloom. Most of them had given up on learning martial arts and went to work to make money. A few minutes later, with Li Tianmen's guidance from time to time and Sei Ito's instant transmission, the two successfully walked into the village where the Earth sect and Li clan were located. Gather the disciples and clansmen you want to take away and stay together. After tonight, I'll come and pick you up. Now, you call your daughter Li Leiji first and explain things to her so that I can pick her up. Sei Ito, who entered the village and followed Li Tianmen back to his house, said to Li Tianmen, "Okay." Li Tianmen, who walked into the central room with Sei Ito, agreed. Then he picked up the phone in the room and dialed Li Leiji's cell phone, who was performing tasks to make money outside, and explained to her about Sei Ito's matter. Of course, it was just some simple explanations. The more detailed things, such as the migration of clansmen, were not easy to say over the phone, and it was not clear, so he did not tell Li Leiji. Okay. After a while, Li Tianmen, who hung up the phone, looked at Sei Ito and said, "Give me your mobile phone number." Sei Ito said again. Li Tianmen nodded, found a useless piece of paper on the table, tore off a piece, wrote Li Leiji's phone number on the blank space of the paper with a pencil, and then handed it to Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who took the paper, glanced at the number written on it casually, launched instant transmission, and disappeared in front of Li Tianmen, moving to the location he heard from the phone before. I didn't expect that there are still half-immortals in this world. Looking at Sei Ito, who disappeared again, Li Tianmen, who sat down on the square chair, sighed in a low voice. Sei Ito, who had instant transmission, quickly came to the open sea, then took out the phone and dialed Li Leiji's mobile phone. He tracked the direction of the electromagnetic signal with his electromagnetic control ability and moved to Li Leiji's location. Soon, Sei Ito appeared in front of Li Leiji, and then, regardless of whether her mission was completed or not, he put Li Leiji into the Rubik's Cube world for a temporary place. Then, Sei Ito launched instant transmission again, moved toward Japan, and then stayed there. When the moon was high in the sky, Nanjo Karissima, Hakatori, the 8 members of the Valkyrie team, Kuga Hall, his father, and the Kuga Hall staff technique dojo, who had just bid farewell to the Shin White Alliance, were put into the Rubik's Cube world and settled down separately. Then, Sei Ito launched instant transmission without stopping and returned to the Li family village in XXX County, Sichuan, China. He picked up Li Tianmen, his earthbound disciples, the Li family clan, and the houses of the clansmen, and entered the Rubik's Cube world together. The arrangement for the Li family clan and the earthbound disciples was very simple. He directly placed the houses in the suburbs of the city near the fields, still in the form of a natural village. As for the Kuga Hall, he placed the staff technique dojo in a suitable place in the city for them to open the dojo and live in. As for Nanjo Karissima, Hakatori, and the 8 members of the Valkyrie team, they were placed in the houses near the staff technique dojo in a free combination. Phew, it's finally over. After settling down the newly received people, Sei Ito exhaled softly and muttered to himself. Then, he flashed into the void of the Rubik's Cube world and said to the Rubik's Cube, "There's no need to fix the space-time channel anymore. Now, send me back to the Gundam world." Transmission begins. As soon as his voice fell, the information of the Rubik's Cube immediately appeared in Sei Ito's mind. Then, a huge vortex that was originally hidden in the void rotated at a speed visible to the naked eye from an almost imperceptible slow rotation to a high-speed rotation. It also produced a huge suction force that pulled Sei Ito, who was suspended in the void, into it, causing him to turn into a 7-colored stream of light and disappear into the center of the vortex. With the disappearance of Sei Ito, the space-time channel that represented the world of the strongest disciple in history gradually slowed down until it finally became so slow that it seemed to not be moving and disappeared into the void, leaving only a faint blurry trace that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Crackle. With a familiar sound of glass breaking, Say Ito's figure appeared on a seabed in the Gundam Seed world. Damn. Fortunately, when I just transferred over, the surrounding space was in a different dimension. Otherwise, just the pressure of the deep sea alone would have turned me into a meat patty. Without waiting for the camouflage of the world's strength to be completed, Sei Ito, who directly launched psychokinesis to protect his body, said with lingering fear, "It seems that when I leave the world in the future, I must choose a safe place." Chapter 757. P.S. Thank you to Wongit, Cute Girl, and 157747860 for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to 157747860 and Nickfany for their tips. But then again, there is no human will or planet will in the world of Seed, so it is a more suitable world for devouring. It's just Sei Ito, who rose to the surface of the sea with the help of psychokinesis, thought to himself. It's just that when he thought about the technological strength he possessed, it was not enough to crush the countries in Seed. If he really wanted to unify the whole world to achieve the devouring target, it would be much more difficult than the Luxio world, so he could only sigh and give up this more tempting plan. Let's find a few ancient worlds like the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber world in the future. With the machines in my hands, even if I simply produce a cold weapon-armed force, I can make an invincible iron army. At that time, except for spending a little more time, there will be no problem in taking over the rule of a world. Seito continued to think. Then Seito stopped thinking and slowly rose to the surface of the sea at a steady speed. Phew, finally out. After a while, with a splash sound, Seito's body appeared on the surface of the water, suspended in the air, and exhaled softly. It's time to release the Archangel. After thinking about it, his figure flashed and entered the magic cube world, appearing in the bridge of the Archangel. Because there was no order to attack after waiting for a day, the Archangel once again entered the second-level standby state. At this time, the person on duty in the bridge was the serious and rigid Bucky Lulu. Natale, issue the launch order. Seito said to Bucky Lulu, who was sitting in the captain's chair. Yes. Bucky Lulu responded sternly. Then she pressed the inboard communication button on the armrest and issued the warship launch order. Under the launch order, except for the personnel who were resting, all the staff on duty put down their work and quickly rushed back to their posts. Swoosh! A moment later, with a slight exhaust sound, Amber's figure appeared on the bridge. However, at this time, the Archangel had already started its thrusters under Bucky Lulu's orders. It flew at high speed towards the huge black hole that suddenly appeared not far in front of Archangel. Then, the light in the bridge of the Archangel went dark first, and then it lit up again. Then, a new sea appeared in the eyes of everyone in the bridge. Bring up the original map. Target, Aubrey. Let's go. After the hull of the Archangel completely entered the Gundam Seed world, Sei Ito ordered loudly. Hearing Sei Ito's order, everyone in the bridge was stunned. Then, he excitedly operated the instrument to pull up the ship's map and drove the Archangel towards Ob. Compare to having you marry me in a completely unfamiliar world under the witness of countless strangers. I want you to marry me in a familiar world under the witness and blessing of your family and friends. This is the answer I want to give you. Sei Ito turned to look at Amber, who was sitting on the captain's seat, and Bucky Lulu, who was standing on her left, and said softly. When Amber and Bucky Lulu heard the words, a feeling of gratitude immediately emerged from the bottom of their hearts. The resentment and disappointment that originally remained in their hearts, as well as the undetectable hatred in the bottom of their hearts, were completely washed away. Their hearts were filled with love for Seito. My silly and lovely Amber and Natale. Seito looked at Amber, who had tears in her eyes, and Bucky Lulu, who pretended to be calm, with a soft smile on her face, stepped forward, stretched out his arms, and hugged the two in his arms, and said softly. This time, the two did not resist Seito's hug, and when they were hugged, They each stretched out an arm and hugged Sei Ito's body. They stuck themselves together with Sei Ito. After Aubrey, I will send the news of our marriage to Kira and Carrie, as well as the original Archangel crew who stayed in Aubrey, and let them come to our wedding, Sei Ito said as he gently stroked Amber and Bucky Lulu's backs. As for the witness, what do you think of Teacher Malchier? Sei Ito continued to ask. We'll listen to you. Amber, whose face was pressed against Sei Ito's abdomen, said softly. Bucky Lulu did not speak, as if she was following Sei Ito's decision. Then Malchier it is. Since I can't give you a wedding like in that world where the whole world can witness, I can give you a small banquet that only the top people in this world can attend, Sei Ito said with a face full of confidence. Amber and Bucky Lulu still did not speak, but a feeling of gratitude rose from the bottom of their hearts. By the way, you two may not be the only bride at the wedding. Sei Ito gently let go of the two and said with an awkward expression, It's Dr. Erica, right? Amber rolled her eyes at Sei Ito and said, Yes. Seeing that Amber guessed it, Sei Ito first smiled awkwardly, then nodded with certainty. When I saw Dr. Erica at the management meeting, I vaguely felt that you are a playboy. Amber suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little tense, so she reached out to pinch Sei Ito's waist and twisted. Ouch! In order to appease Amber, Sei Ito cooperated and made a painful expression. Okay, stop pretending. I know you well. Seeing the expression on Sei Ito's face, Amber said angrily, but she didn't continue to pinch and gently let go of her hand. Call Dr. Erica out. After all, this matter also has something to do with her. Amber continued. Okay. Sei Ito nodded in agreement, then with a thought, he summoned Erica Simmons to his side. Sei Ito, Amber, Natale. Erica, who saw Sei Ito, was overjoyed at first, but after seeing Amber and Bucky Lulu next to him, she quickly hid the joy in her eyes and greeted them one by one like ordinary friends. Haha, no need to pretend. Amber already knows about us. Sei Ito, who saw Erica's performance, reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist with a smile. Erica's cheeks turned red when she heard this. She turned her head and looked at Amber. Seeing that the latter nodded, and there was no other expression on her face, she let go of her worries and smiled at Amber. Why did you call me out this time? Erica turned to look at Sei Ito and asked. We are now in the world where you, Amber, and Natale were born, and we are moving toward Ob. Sei Ito first told Erica about the world they were in, and when she was surprised, he continued. The purpose of my return this time is to give Amber, Natale, and you an explanation. I want to do it in front of your family and friends. Hold a wedding. Really? Erica, who had always thought of herself as Sei Ito's secret lover, murmured in disbelief, her eyes widened, her hands covering her mouth. It's true. Sei Ito smiled and affirmed. Boo-hoo. Erica, who didn't expect this day to come, cried in a suppressed voice with tears in her eyes. Seeing this, Sei Ito quickly hugged Erica into his arms, gently rubbing her back with both hands, comforting her silently. Fortunately, Erica was a strong woman, and she quickly recovered from the excitement of hearing the good news. Then she stood up from Sei Ito's arms with blushing cheeks. While wiping the tears on her face, she smiled at Amber and Bucky Lulu next to her with an embarrassed expression. Amber and Bucky Lulu, who could probably understand Erica's mood, also smiled at her kindly. After that, the bridge became the world of Erica, Amber, and Bucky Lulu. They happily discussed the wedding in a low voice, but most of the time, it was Amber and Erica who talked. Bucky Lulu occasionally chimed in with a sentence or two, reporting to Captain, "We have contacted Aubrey and obtained permission to enter the country. However, the other party requires us to follow their guidance." After an unknown amount of time, the new female CIC reported to Ma Lu, who was in the midst of a lively discussion. Listen to the other party's instructions and follow their guidance. Amber immediately raised her head and ordered. Yes, the order fell. The front end of the Archangel began to slowly turn, following the guidance signal sent by Ob. They headed to the secret port where they had stopped during the war. More than 10 minutes later, the Archangel once again stopped at the secret port of Worry Island. Let's go. Let's go meet our little friends. Seito, who saw Kaka, Kisaka, and Aslan waiting on the shore of the port from the bridge window, smiled. Yes. Amber, who got up from the captain's seat, responded. Then Seito, Amber, Bucky Lulu, and Erica took the elevator and left the bridge. They walked through the corridor to the landing area, got off the ship, and stood together with Kaka, Kisaka, and Aslan on the shore. Long time no see, Kaka, Aslan, Colonel Kisaka. Amber greeted the three with a smile on her face. Long time no see, Captain Amber. Kisaka gave a military salute, while Kaka and Aslan responded with a common salute. I don't know why you were here this time. Although it was peacetime now, the existence of Amber and the others and the Archangel was really special. As Colonel Kisaka of Ob's army, he couldn't help but ask. Aslan also looked at Amber, Bucky Lulu, and Seito with a serious face. As for Erica, Aslan didn't know much about her identity, so he directly ignored her. It's like this. Seeing that the other party had asked about the purpose of their visit, Ito-sei, who was a man, immediately said, because I'm going to hold a wedding ceremony with Martero, Natale, and Erica, and most of our friends are here in Ob, so we decided to hold the wedding directly in Ob. I wonder if you'll welcome us, Cuckley? In the end, Seito looked at Ob's actual owner, Kaka, with a smile. You mean you're going to hold a wedding with Captain Amber, Major Bucky Lulu, and Dr. Erica? Kaka looked at Seito and Amber, Bucky Lulu, and Erica in disbelief. On the side, Kisaka and Aslan also looked at the four of them in disbelief. Yes, Seito admitted with a smile as Amber, Bucky Lulu, and Erica blushed. There's nothing wrong with that, but you guys... Seeing that Seito wasn't joking, Kaka agreed with a stunned expression. Then she looked at the four of them, not knowing what to say. I'm glad you guys agree. Seito chuckled when he saw Kaka agree. Then he continued, also, can I trouble you to tell Kira and Lakis that we're getting married? Sure. Kaka nodded in agreement. Thank you. Seito thanked her sincerely. Amber and Erica worry about the wedding. I'm going to take Natale back to the Atlantic Federation to meet her parents. After all, it's not right to not tell them that I'm marrying their daughter. Seito then turned to Amber and Erica. Okay. Amber looked at Bucky Lulu, whose eyes were red, and agreed with a smile. Then they exchanged a few more pleasantries on the shore before leaving the secret port together. They took the car that Kaka had prepared and drove to downtown Ob. Then Natale and I will leave first. After a while, Seito, who was sitting in the car, said goodbye to Kaka, Aslan, Kisaka, Amber, and Erica, who had already gotten out of the car. Okay, be careful, Amber reminded. Seito nodded, then motioned for the driver to drive him and Bucky Lulu to the Ob International Airport. They boarded a flight to the Atlantic Federation and headed to the Atlantic Federation. A few hours later, the plane successfully arrived in the United States of the Atlantic Federation and landed at the Washington airport. Then, Seito and Bucky Lulu got off the plane and called a taxi to Bucky Lulu's home. After all, Washington is the political and cultural center of the Atlantic Federation. The city is very prosperous, and the traffic is not very smooth, so it took more than 40 minutes for the two to arrive outside Bucky Lulu's house. Bucky Lulu's house is very large. It is more than 200 square meters, not to mention that it is a two-story building. The usable space is definitely not less than 400 square meters. Except for the cement stone wall at the bottom, most of the exterior is built with high-strength strengthened single transparent glass. It is as transparent as a sunroom. Don't be afraid. Although you didn't die in the universe, it was because of me. It's not your fault. I believe your father won't blame you after knowing this. What's more, not many parents in the world want their children to die. Looking at Bucky Lulu, who was obviously a little stiff, Seito reached out to hold her hand and comforted her softly. Go and ring the doorbell. I'll take care of everything. When Bucky Lulu showed him a reluctant smile, Seito said with a smile, Okay. Bucky Lulu nodded, then looked at the door and took a deep breath. She let go of the hand that held Sei Ito, walked to the door, and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Immediately, a crisp sound rang out in Bakililu's house. Chapter 758. Hello, this is Bakililu's house. Who are you looking for? A woman's voice sounded from the loudspeaker attached to the doorbell. Mary, it's me, Natale. Open the door. Hearing the familiar voice, Bakililu said in a trembling voice. Miss Natale, the voice named Mary exclaimed. What, Natale? At this moment, another female voice that sounded very anxious faintly came out from the loudspeaker. Yes, madam, it's Miss Natale. Mary replied to the urgent voice. Open the door. The voice that gradually became clearer ordered urgently. Yes, madam, Mary responded. At this moment, a metallic dang sound was heard. The tightly shut iron gate slowly opened to both sides, revealing the gravel path that led to the entrance of the house. Click! Then, another crisp sound rang out, and the door to Bakililu's house was suddenly opened. Then, a woman who looked 70% to 80% similar to Bakililu appeared at the door. She was dressed in casual clothes and had a head of short dark brown hair. She looked at Bakililu, who was still standing outside the door, with an agitated expression. Natale, the woman called. Mom. Hearing the familiar call, Natale could no longer maintain the expression on her face, and with tears in her eyes, she called out to the woman, who walked quickly to the door. Soon, the two hugged each other. Auntie, Natale's identity is inconvenient to be exposed. Let's go inside first. Seeing that the two didn't intend to separate for the time being, Sei Ito walked to the two and reminded softly. Yes, let's go inside first. Natale's mother, who was reminded, quickly let go of Natale. He held her hand and led her into the house as he said, Don't worry. Seeing that Natale's mother didn't intend to entertain him at all, Sei Ito smiled helplessly and consciously followed her again, and walked into Bakililu's house with Natale. You are. It wasn't until after entering the house that Natale's mother noticed Sei Ito and asked in confusion. Hello, Auntie. My name is Sei Ito. I'm Nader's boyfriend. Sei Ito introduced himself to Nader's mother with a smile. Natale's boyfriend? Natale's mother exclaimed as she looked at Natale with a shocked expression. Seeing her mother looking at her, Nader blushed and nodded, proving that Sei Ito was right. Coming quickly. After getting the confirmation, Nader's mother's eyes lit up. She looked at Sei Ito carefully and greeted him enthusiastically. Itosei was speechless. Feeling the sharp contrast between before and after entering the door, Itosei and Natale exchanged a glance. Following Natale's mother, they walked into the room and sat down in the living room. Sei Ito. This name is East Asian. After Sei Ito, Nader, and Nader's mother sat down, Nader's mother said with a frown as Mary served her tea. Yes, Sei Ito admitted. Oh, who else is in your family? Nader's mother didn't dwell on his identity as an East Asian and continued to ask. No relatives. Sei Ito met 3 female family members. Only Nader's mother gave Sei Ito the feeling that he was really meeting his son-in-law. Oh, you're alone. Nader's mother's eyes flashed and said. Then she asked again, Then what do you do? The same as Natale. I'm a soldier in the Earth Federation. Sei Ito replied. A soldier is good. Nader's mother immediately said with a happy face. Then she continued to ask, Then what's your military rank? What unit did you serve in? What department did you work in? My military rank is captain. I used to work in the 8th Space Fleet's Ma Flight Brigade. Sei Ito replied with sweat on his forehead. Captain, it's not a problem for you to be a major. You're a good match for Nader. Nader's mother nodded slightly and said to herself. Nader's face immediately turned red as she lowered her head shyly. She was too embarrassed to look at Sei Ito. Auntie, I'm in the same situation as Nader. Sei Ito saw that Nader's mother was thinking in the wrong direction and reminded her. Nader's mother paused for a second and sighed sadly. Also, we came back this time to inform you and Uncle that we're getting married, and we want to invite you to our wedding. Sei Ito continued. What? Nader's mother looked at the two of them in shock. Nader, are you sure? After a while, Nader's mother looked at Nader and asked seriously. Yes, mother. Natale raised her head and replied with the same serious expression. Since this is your choice, I have no reason to object. Nader's mother looked at Nader quietly for a moment. Seeing that Nader's expression didn't change at all, she nodded and said. Then when Nader's face lit up, she frowned and said, It's just that there may be some problems with your father. Although you're in the mic now, you should know what he means. I'm afraid things won't be easy. In this case, it's impossible for us to return to the army. So about me and Natale, I'll have to trouble you to persuade Uncle. When Natale also frowned because of her father's problem, Ito-say said, I'll try my best, but Nader's father is very stubborn, so I can't guarantee how much hope there will be. Nader's mother said, It's okay, as long as you try your best. Ito said sincerely. Nader's mother nodded and didn't say anything. Then Nader's mother and Nader talked about Nader's life after the war with Yakin Dewey. And this conversation lasted for several hours until it was around 10 o'clock in the evening, when Nader's father came back and opened the door. Dear! Nader's mother stood up and called out to Nader's father, who was wearing the Earth United Army uniform. Dad! Nader also stood up and called out in a suspicious voice. Uncle! Ito also stood up and called out. Yes. At first, Nader's father didn't do anything when he heard his wife call him, but when he heard Nader's voice, his body immediately trembled. He frowned and turned to look at Nader. When Ito called out to him, his eyes fell on Ito. Dear, Nader is back. Nader is back alive. Nader's mother said happily to Nader's father. Also, not only did Nader come back, but she also brought her boyfriend back to see us. She said that she wants to invite us to their wedding ceremony. Then, without waiting for Nader's father to respond, she continued. Nader's father didn't care about his wife's mood. After silently looking at Nader and Ito, he walked past the three of them and went up the stairs to the second floor until he finally disappeared at the corner of the stairs. I'll go see your father. Nader's mother sighed and said to Nader. Then, she also walked up the stairs and disappeared at the corner of the stairs. It's okay, I'll take care of everything. Ito reached out and held Nader's cold hand and comforted her softly. Okay, Nader replied in a low voice. Then, Ito put his arm around Nader's shoulder and let her rest her head on his shoulder. Then, he hugged her and sat down on the sofa. Nader, go and see your father. After a while, Nader's mother came down from the second floor and said softly to Nader, Okay. Nader hesitated for a second and agreed. Then, she stood up from Ito's arms and walked up the stairs with her mother's encouragement. Then, she disappeared at the corner of the second floor. I hope everything goes well. Nader's mother looked at Nader's back worriedly and said softly, Don't worry, Auntie, everything will be fine. Ito comforted Nader's mother when he heard her muttering. Sigh. Nader's mother sighed and sat down on the sofa. Then, she forced herself to calm down and chat with Ito. By the way, where are you going to hold the wedding? After chatting for a while, Nader's mother suddenly remembered something and asked, Enob, after all, many of Nader's and my friend's identities are quite special. Only there can we attend the wedding without worry. Ito replied. Nader's mother nodded in understanding. What about the priest? Nader's mother asked again. I'm going to ask Teacher Malchier to preside over the wedding. Ito replied. Teacher Malchier? Teacher Malchier is famous all over the world? Nader's mother asked in surprise. Yes. Ito smiled and said with certainty, I've met Teacher Malchier before. Also, some of Nader's and my friends are very close to Teacher Malchier. It's not a problem to invite him to be the priest for our wedding. After Nader's mother finished asking the questions she was concerned about, she started to chat with Ito Seiji. Ito, my father wants to see you. Half an hour later, Nader appeared at the corner of the stairs again and said to Ito, who was chatting with her mother. Okay. Ito nodded. Then, he smiled apologetically at Nader's mother and walked up the stairs to the room where Nader's father was. After a while, Ito and Nader arrived at the room where Nader's father was. As soon as Nader's father entered the room, he stared at Sei Ito with his sharp eyes and suppressed Sei Ito with his aura. Sei Ito didn't care about this harmless aura at all. He stood there calmly and looked at Nader's father. Chapter 760. P.S. Thanks to Nickfany for the tip. In addition, the title of the last chapter yesterday was wrong. Because the title of the chapter cannot be changed, I can only repeat the number of chapters to correct the mistake. Please forgive me. Dad! Nadel stood up and shouted. Uncle! Seito also stood up and shouted. Old Bucky Lulu nodded in response to the greetings of the two. Uncle, Nadel and I have something to talk to you about. Seito and Nadel looked at each other, then looked at old Bucky Lulu, who took off his shoes and walked into the room. Old Bucky Lulu frowned when he heard the words, but he still nodded, handed the briefcase in his hand to Mary, who was waiting on the side, and walked towards Seito and Nadel. What's the matter? Old Bucky Lulu, who sat down on a single sofa, looked at the two and asked in a low voice. It's like this, Uncle. Seito, who sat back with Nadel, said, On the day of my wedding with Nadel, Nadel is not the only bride. There will be 2 other women who will become my wife together with Nadel and complete the marriage ceremony with me. Who are they? Old Bucky Lulu's face was slightly gloomy, and he asked in a deep voice. One is the original Earth United 8th Universe Advanced Fleet, the 5th Agent Division, the captain of a new special-equipped ship Archangel. The other is Erica Simmons of the General Large Machine Development Bureau, Dawn Society, in the Aubrey United Neutral Country. Seito replied, a traitor of the Federation, an employee of a new country. Old Bucky Lulu said with a sneer. Hearing old Bucky Lulu's description of Erica and Erica, Seito frowned without leaving a trace. I'll give you 2 choices now. Either abandon those 2 women and only marry my Nadel. Old Bucky Lulu looked sharply at Seito and said in a serious and domineering tone, You can choose either one of them, or you can leave Natale and live with those 2 women. Which one are you going to choose? Natale's expression changed when she heard old Bugilialu's words. She couldn't help but grip Seito's arm tightly. I won't choose any of them. I will continue to marry Nader, Margot, and Erica according to my own wishes. Seito, sensing Nader's nervousness, waved his right hand. She gently held Nader's hand and looked at old Buggy Lulu with a serious expression. Old Budgie Lulu's gaze sharpened when she heard this. Her face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. She looked at Seito. Very good. After a short while, old Buggy Lulu suddenly said. She then ignored the stunned Seito and Natale, stood up from the sofa, turned around, walked to the stairs, and walked to the study on the 2nd floor. Your father is very interesting. Until old Buggy Lulu's figure completely disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Seito, who finally understood what old Buggy Lulu meant, looked at Natale, who still had a confused expression on her face, and said with a smile. What? Natale asked in a daze. Don't you understand? Since your father didn't continue to insist, that means he will no longer interfere in our affairs and let us choose for ourselves. Seito leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Natale, who only understood after hearing the explanation, exclaimed in surprise. That's why I said your father is very interesting and gave us a very unexpected surprise. Seito exhaled softly. Why do I feel like he hasn't been back for a while? Dad has become a stranger. Natale muttered to herself in confusion. It's probably because of your mic incident that I've come to a sudden realization. Seito was not familiar with old Buggy Lulu's personality. After all, his existence was not mentioned in the original anime, and Seito did not make up the content of the novel. Therefore, he could only speculate based on human nature. Is that so? Natale muttered to herself with some uncertainty. Since old Buggy Lulu did not object, the rest was much simpler. Under Natale's persuasion and Seito's performance, Natale's mother finally reluctantly agreed and said that she would not care about them and would let them do whatever they wanted. As such, Sei Ito and Natale stayed at Buggy Lulu's house for a few more days before leaving alone. He went to the island where Markio lived and met him as an acquaintance. He also mentioned that he wanted to invite him to be the wedding officiator. Markio did not object to such a trivial matter and happily agreed. He also promised to go to Ob to meet up with Sei Ito and the others the day before the wedding. At this point, the preparations for the wedding were basically complete. They only needed to wait for Margaret and Erica to finish sending out the invitations. Just like that, another few days passed in the blink of an eye. It was the day of the wedding in the blink of an eye. You're really good, kid. You actually married 3 women at once and made them coexist peacefully. TSK, TSK. Tiger Butterfield, who was dressed as the owner of a Western manor, elbowed Sei Ito and chuckled. Can't help it. This is my ability. Sei Ito smiled proudly. Kira, how are you? You haven't done it with Lux again? After that, Ito-sei didn't pay any more attention to Annie Baldfield. Instead, he turned his head and asked the shy young man Kira in a low voice. Kira blushed upon hearing that. He secretly glanced at Lux, who was chatting with Carrie and the girls of the Dawn Society, and replied timidly, No, not yet. I say, this won't do. The two of you have been together for so long, and you still haven't done it. Is it because you can't, or is Lux unwilling? Sei Ito asked as he reached out and grabbed Kira's neck. Who can't? Even an innocent young man like Kira was unwilling to admit that kind of thing. I'm just... Kira's tone became timid again. Shy? Sei Ito added. Yes. Kira nodded in acknowledgement. I remember that you weren't like this when we were on the Archangel. What's wrong now? You can actually be shy. Sei Ito looked at Kira in surprise after getting confirmation. He then turned to look at Lux. Do you want me to help you? Today is a good opportunity. No need. Kira hurriedly shook his head. Sei Ito let go of Kira's neck and said, Tisk, forget it if you don't want to. Anyway, you'll be the one at a disadvantage, not me. Then he turned to look at Lux and thought to himself, I remember I heard someone say that in the original novel, Aslan was a bulldozer. Not only did he F***CK Lux, but he also F***CK Carrie, the fake Lux, and the little girl on the Minerva. Where's the groom? Come here quickly. It's almost time. At this moment, Carrie's nanny spoke while holding a microphone and looking around for traces of Ito-sei. I'm leaving first. We'll talk after the wedding. Sei Ito greeted Tiger and Kira when he heard the call and quickly ran to Carrie's nanny. I'm so envious, Tiger said to Kira with emotion. Yes. Kira subconsciously nodded in response. As soon as he finished speaking, Kira, who had come back to his senses, immediately blushed. He looked at Andy Baltfield, the tiger beside him, with an embarrassed expression. We're all men. I understand. I won't tell the princess. Tiger said to Kira with an ambiguous smile. I'll go find Aslan. Kira, who couldn't take it anymore, hurriedly called out and ran to Aslan, who was with Diego. Seriously, today is your wedding ceremony. How can you run around? The nanny who pulled Sei Ito's arm and walked into the room complained. Sorry, it's all my fault. Sei Ito had no choice but to apologize. Just like that, Sei Ito quickly came to Malchier, who was wearing a priest's robe, under the nanny's pull. Sorry, I've kept you waiting, Teacher Malchier. Sei Ito said to Malchier. It's nothing. The time is just right. Let's begin. Malchier said. All right, I'll have a trouble Teacher Malchier later. Sei Ito thanked him. Ahem, all the guests attending the wedding, please take your seats quickly. The wedding ceremony is about to begin. Seeing that the groom had arrived, the MC hurriedly coughed twice to attract the attention of the guests in the hall before opening his mouth to speak. Hearing the reminder, the guests hurriedly stopped talking and walked into the hall with their acquaintances. They sat down on the long wooden chairs that could be seen everywhere in the church. The wedding ceremony begins. A few minutes later, after seeing that all the guests had taken their seats, the master of ceremonies announced loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the melodious music of the wedding march reverberated in the open-air venue. Then, without needing any instructions, Natale who was holding old Bugilialu's hand, Margaret, who was holding Lacus's hand, and Erica, who was holding Cuckley's hand, walked out from the corner of the hall, followed by several children holding the hem of their white wedding dresses. They walked towards Sei Ito, who was standing on the platform. When they arrived at the front of the platform, Ito Sei quickly walked down the platform and took Natale's hand from old Bucky Lulu's hand. Then, he took Marlu's hand from Lux's hand, and took Erica's hand from Cuckley's hand. Then, he led the three of them to the platform and stood on either side of Malchier. First, I would like to congratulate all of you. Malchier, who was blind but not blind, congratulated Seito, Margaret, Natale, and Erica. Then, I would like to ask all of you the same question. This is a very long question, so please answer after listening to it. Malchier continued. Seito, are you willing to marry Margaret Ramis, Natale Bigilialu, and Erica Simmons and love them, comfort them, respect them, and protect them as you love yourself? Will you be loyal to them regardless of their health, wealth, and poverty? And will you leave this world? Malchier turned to Seito and asked. It was unknown if he had deliberately omitted the words Bible and God in his question in order not to affect others, or if the questions in this world were just like that. They weren't like Westerners in the overworld who had God as their witness or the teachings of the Bible. I'm willing, Seito said with a serious expression. Margaret Ramis, Natale Bugilialu, and Erica Simmons, are you willing to marry Seito and love them, comfort them, respect them, and protect them as you love yourself? Will you be loyal to them regardless of their health, wealth, and poverty? And will you leave this world? After receiving Seito's answer, Malchier turned to Margaret, Natale, and Erica, who were standing side by side on his left. I'm willing. The three answered in unison with a blissful expression. Please exchange your rings, Malchier said after completing the questioning. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 rings made entirely of platinum appeared in Seito's, Margaret's, Natale's, and Erica's hands. The rings were decorated with strange and complicated lines on the inside and outside, and there was a sapphire embedded at the top. They were placed on each other's left ring fingers. Of course, Seito gave the rings to Margaret, Natale, and Erica respectively, while Margaret gave the rings to Seito on behalf of the three of them. Similarly, this ring wasn't an ordinary ring. The platinum ring was a product of alchemy. Not only was its hardness comparable to alloy, but it also had good energy transmission. The lines on both sides of the ring were a defensive boundary, and the sapphire at the top was a Leia crystal that Seito had imbued with ultimate energy. The energy within could support the opening of the boundary, and it could also store the soul of the boundary holder into the Leia crystal for protection when the energy ran out. Seito, please repeat after me, Malchier said again when he felt that it was about time. This is my wedding token to you. I want to marry you, love you, and protect you. Whether rich or poor, whether the environment is good or bad, whether in sickness or in health, I will always be your loyal husband, Seito recited after Malchier. Margaret Ramis, Natale Bikililu, and Erica Simmons, please repeat after me, Malchier said to Margaret, Natale, and Erica. This is my wedding token to you. I want to marry you, love you, and protect you. Whether rich or poor, whether the environment is good or bad, whether in sickness or in health, I will always be your loyal wife. Margaret, Natale, and Erica repeated in unison. Now, I declare you husband and wife, Malchier said solemnly. Thank you, Teacher Malchier, Seito, Margaret, Natale, and Erica thanked him in unison. The ceremony is officially over. All guests are free to move about, the MC announced after the ceremony ended. As soon as he said that, the guests who had been silent just now immediately became noisy. They all stood up from the benches and congratulated Ito Sei, Margaret, Natale, and Erica, who walked down from the platform. Then, they slowly walked to another table that was full of food and started a small buffet-like party. Chapter 761. Come with me. When everyone was fully immersed in the banquet, Sei Ito, who had temporarily shaken off the entanglements of others, walked to Kira's side and patted him on the shoulder. Then, ignoring Kira's doubts, he turned around and walked towards Aslan. After letting him follow, he walked to Lux's side and brought Lux along as well. Then, they walked out of the crowd and into the room together. Wondering why I called you guys over? Sei Ito, who had locked the door, asked Kira, Aslan, and Lakis with a smile. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Kira and the other two nodded in agreement. Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to extract some of your blood. Sei Ito, who was pretending to walk to the side and rummage through a cabinet, replied. Our blood. Aslan repeated in confusion. Yes, Sei Ito, who had produced 3 syringes with a flip of his hand, turned to Aslan and confirmed. Why? Lakis also asked in confusion. Because the 3 of you are different from all the other regulators. There is something about you that is worthy of my attention, Sei Ito said as he removed the packaging of the syringes and put them on. What do you mean? Aslan asked with a frown. Do you guys have this feeling? When you fall into extreme emotions, you suddenly feel very calm and your mind is very agile. You receive information from the outside world very quickly and can maintain a calm state of mind at all times, Sei Ito said as he looked at Kira, Aslan, and Lakis. Seeing that Aslan and Kira had recalled something, Sei Ito continued with a chuckle, especially Kira, when we were on the Archangel. Didn't you ask Mu about berserkers? What's with that state? Aslan, who felt that Sei Ito seemed to know something, asked again. What are you guys talking about? Lakis still looked at Aslan and asked, still confused. Lakis, think about it carefully. You should have entered that state during the battle with Yakin Due. Sei Ito reminded as his gaze fell on Lakis. Is that so? Lux tilted her head as she recalled. Sei Ito looked at Aslan again after reminding Lux and shrugged. I can't really explain why that state happened, but from my point of view, it should be because some of the genes in your body are more special, or rather, your gene shackles are easier to unlock. All right, I'm ready. Who wants to go first? Sei Ito asked Kira, Aslan, and Lux with a smile as he removed the needle cover from syringe and expelled the air from the injector. What do you want our blood for? Aslan asked again. Of course it's research. Research the cause of that state, or the special genes that may exist in your body. After all, that state is also a product of evolution for you regulators, isn't it? At the very least, I've never seen anything like that in a normal human, Sei Ito replied. Seeing that Aslan no longer wanted to draw blood, Sei Ito directly said to Kira, Why don't you go first, Kira? Oh. Kira, who trusted Sei Ito a lot, didn't say anything. He immediately took off his jacket, revealing the short-sleeved shirt and his arms underneath. Sei Ito didn't hesitate when he saw this. He immediately walked up to Kira. He reached out and grabbed his left arm. He didn't tighten the blood vessels like a normal doctor, but directly inserted the needle into his arm. Bear with it, Sei Ito said. Then, without waiting for Kira's response, he slowly pulled the injector outwards. In an instant, a stream of bright red blood clearly appeared in the plastic syringe. It's done. After a moment, when the syringe was almost full, Sei Ito suddenly pulled it out and put the needle cover back on the needle head. He looked at Kira with a satisfied smile. Lux. Sei Ito then turned his head and said to Lux. All right. Lux didn't hesitate. She directly pulled up her sleeve, revealing her fair and tender arm to Sei Ito. Thanks, Sei Ito said gratefully. Then, he took out a new syringe he had prepared and pierced it into Lux's arm, slowly drawing out her blood. You're the only one left, Aslan. After a moment, Sei Ito still drew out almost an entire tube of blood as he put away the syringe. Seeing that both Kira and Lux had their blood drawn, Aslan had no choice but to take off his jacket helplessly, revealing his arm for Sei Ito to draw his blood. Phew, done. Thank you. After a minute or so, Sei Ito, who had drawn out the last syringe, exhaled softly and thanked Kira, Aslan, and Lux. If you have any results from your research, can you give us a copy of the information? Lux took the opportunity to request. Of course, Seito said with a nod and a smile. All right, you guys can leave first. I'll take care of your blood and then go out. Then, Seito turned around and pretended to seal the 3 tubes of blood and write down the names of the people who drew the blood from each tube as he spoke to Kira, Aslan, and Lux. All right, Lux replied. Then, she left the room with Aslan, who turned back to look, and Kira, who didn't think much of it. I hope there really is something special in their DNA samples, and it's not because they're the children of the world, the ones favored by the world force. After the 3 of them walked out of the room, Seito thought to himself as he moved the 3 syringes into the Rubik's Cube world and mentally tossed them to Emma in the biology lab. Then, Seito tidied his clothes, turned around, and walked out of the room, returning to the banquet crowd to converse. More than 2 hours later, the banquet came to an end. After bidding farewell to the old Buckulalu couple, Kaka, Aslan, Lux, Kira, Tiger Andy Baldfield, Kisika, Mirieria, Diego, the 3 pilot girls of the Dawn Society, and the other staff members on the Archangel, Seito brought Marlo, Natale, and Erica back to the Archangel. In the name of traveling around the world for a honeymoon, he activated the Archangel and drove away from Ob's secret port. Let's go home. After leaving a certain distance, Seito, who had activated the spatial camouflage system to hide the Archangel, opened the Rubik's Cube world and said loudly, "Boom!" With that, there was a loud bang, and the main engine at the tail of the Archangel immediately spat out a long blue flame, pushing the Archangel through the entrance of the Rubik's Cube world and back into the Rubik's Cube world. After settling the Archangel, Seito announced to the staff on the ship, "The Archangel doesn't need to go out for the next few days. Go home and rest. Then, Your Excellency will take our leave." As the old man of the Archangel, Newman took the lead and said to Seito. Then, after the others said goodbye to Seito, they returned to their homes in the ecological city through the spatial door placed on the Archangel. "I will accompany you for the next month." When only Seito, Marlo, Natale, and Erica were left in the ship, Seito looked at Marlo and said with a smirk, "Didn't you forget someone?" When Nader blushed and Erica revealed a charming smile, Margaro reminded her, "Oh right, I forgot about Bertolia." Seito, who was reminded, immediately slapped his forehead and shook his head. Then, he looked at Marlo and the others again and said, "I'll send you to Pandora Island first. Wait for me there. After I'm done with Bertolia's matter, I'll go over." Marlo and the others didn't object to Seito's suggestion and disappeared from the Archangel with a thought from Seito. "Bertolia," Seito muttered after Marlo and the others sent him off. Then, he left the bridge and walked to the room where Bertolia was temporarily staying. Soon, Seito came to Bertolia's room. Sorry, I've been too busy recently and forgot what I promised you." "I'm sorry, Bertolia." As soon as he entered the room, Seito apologized to Bertolia. "Your Majesty, you're too serious." Seeing Seito's behavior, a strange look flashed in Bertolia's eyes, and she said, as usual, "It's nothing serious." Seito waved his hand nonchalantly. Then, he flipped his hand and took out a stone of slaughter that was shining with a scarlet light and exuding an evil aura. He held it in his hand and said to Bertolia, "This is the tool I'll use to treat you, the Stone of Slaughter. However, this Stone of Slaughter has a special characteristic. After the energy is activated, all substances except the human body will be annihilated into ashes. You should understand what this means." At the end of his speech, Ito-sei deliberately looked at Bertolia, wanting to see if there was any change in her expression. He only looked for a while and didn't see any other expression on Bertolia's face other than calmness. "If you don't have any objections, lie on the bed and we'll start the treatment," Seito continued. However, Bertolia didn't immediately do as Seito said. Instead, she stood there, thinking about something. Seito didn't urge her. He stood aside and played with the Stone of Slaughter in his hand, quietly waiting for Bertolia's choice. Swish! After a while, there was a soft sound. Bertolia suddenly untied the knot at her collar and took off her clothes in front of Seito. Although Bertolia was wearing a Britannian-style court dress, it was summer in both the Luxia world and the Rubik's Cube world, so she didn't wear much. After a while, she took off all her clothes, exposing her pale skin to the air and reflecting in Seito's eyes. Then, Bertolia didn't cover herself. She turned around and walked to the bed, lying down flat. Chapter 762. Aren't you afraid that I'm lying? Seito asked with interest when he saw how calm Bertolia was. Your Majesty, when you gave me Mariana's soul, I already owed you a favor. As for whether I can get treated or not, it doesn't matter to me. So even if your Majesty is lying to me, it doesn't matter, Bertolia said with her eyes slightly closed. You're quite calm, Seito said softly as he walked to Bertolia's side. But since you trust me so much, I won't disappoint you. I'll do my best to heal your body and prolong your life, Seito said as he mobilized the energy in his body to activate the stone of slaughter. Bear with the pain, Seito said as he placed the stone of slaughter on top of Bertolia's foot. Then, he increased the degree of energy release, completely activating the power of the stone of slaughter to heal Bertolia's body. In an instant, a dazzling scarlet light spread out from the stone of slaughter, illuminating Seito and Bertolia's bodies, as well as the space in the room, in a faint red color. Under this scarlet red light, Seito slowly moved the stone of slaughter on Bertolia's body. From Bertolia's left foot to her left calf, then to her left thigh, then to her smooth and flat lower abdomen. The two protruding mounds, her beautiful collarbones, and the white and tender neck that connected them together. After he finished healing her neck, he moved his arm and conveniently healed Bertolia's left arm. Then, he healed Bertolia's right arm, right leg, and back. More than 10 minutes passed like this. As the scarlet light gradually disappeared, it announced the end of Bertolia's treatment. As expected of the former second night of the round table, you're really able to endure it. You didn't even make a sound, Seito said as he put away the stone of slaughter and looked at Bertolia, whose forehead was covered in sweat and whose face was pale. Bertolia didn't say anything, only lying there and panting softly. At this moment, Seito stretched out his hand, and a crisp green wood energy, exuding vitality, and a translucent water energy, exuding a faint chill, appeared in front of him. Following Seito's movements, they poured into Bertolia's body, who was lying on the bed. With the injection of the two energies, Bertolia's face became rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. How do you feel? After a moment, after he stopped the wood and water energy, Seito stopped pouring. He looked at Bertolia and asked Bertolia, I feel great. This is the first time in so many years that my body feels so relaxed, Bertolia said as she sat up on the bed. You, SSSSS, SSSS, SSSS training. Use. T's rights, est, SS, S, SSSS. I understand, Bertolia said. This training I'm talking about is not the Britannia's Knights training method in your memory, but something else, Seito said with a smile. Is it the method of other worlds? Bertolia asked. Yes. Seito didn't hide it from Bertolia when he was shuttling back and forth on the Archangel. With her intelligence, it wasn't difficult for her to speculate these things from the details, so Seito wasn't surprised by Bertolia's words. It's a pity that the sickly beauty from before is gone. Looking at Bertolia, who had dressed up, Lin Sanjiu said. Seito pretended to be regretful as he teased her. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from the Archangel with Bertolia, and the next moment, they appeared in the Zhaozhou house in the center of the ecological city. Then, without stopping, Seito brought Bertolia to the house where Zhaozhou Jinya was. Seito, who took off his shoes outside the door and stepped onto the outer corridor, called out to the two people who were watching TV in the house, Zhaozhou, Yinyuan. Sir, Yuan, who heard the call, turned her head and called out to Seito, who had walked into the room. Zhaozhou, on the other hand, ignored Seito. She continued to watch TV as if she didn't know he had come. Ignoring me again? He came to Zhao Zhao's side and sat down. He directly stretched out his arms and pulled her into his embrace. He inserted one hand into the side of Zhao Zhao's kimono and held the softness inside. "What are you doing here?" Zhao Zhao asked with a frown. She knew it was useless to resist, and this wasn't the first time Seito had treated her like this. "I have something to trouble you with," Seito said as he gently pinched a small grain between his index and middle fingers. Then, he turned his head and called out to Bertolia, who was standing at the door. "Come in, Bertolia." Bertolia, who heard the call, didn't hesitate. She imitated Seito, took off her shoes at the door, and walked into the house barefoot. "Your new woman?" Zhao Zhao looked at Bertolia and mocked her. Bertolia, who heard Zhao Zhao's mockery, ignored Zhao Zhao and directly called out to Seito, who was sitting there, in a low voice, "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty?" Zhao Zhao repeated as he looked at Seito with some confusion. "I just conquered a world and became the emperor there," Seito explained. Then, ignoring Zhao Zhao, who was shocked after hearing his words, directly changed the topic back to the main topic. "Bertolia is the intelligence officer under me in the world I conquered. She's not my woman for the time being. I brought her here this time, mainly because she was a human experiment subject for a period of time before she became my subordinate. Her body suffered a lot of damage. Although she completely recovered after my treatment, her lost lifespan hasn't been completely replenished. So, I plan to let you guide her in martial arts and ki cultivation. She can rely on herself to recover to a certain extent. She's not your woman for the time being?" After hearing Seito's plan, Zhao Zhao didn't immediately give an answer. Instead, he seized on a loophole in Seito's previous words and mocked. "In other words, she will be in the future." "I don't deny it," Seito said affirmatively. "Bastard, how many women do you want? Aren't the few of us enough?" After hearing Seito's answer, Zhao Zhao suddenly shook off Seito's hand from his chest. He then turned around and glared at Seito as he shouted, "A person's desire is infinite." Seito looked at Zhao Zhao calmly and said, "Moreover, we're not ordinary people. The situation of ordinary people doesn't suit you and me." "I don't see how we're not ordinary." Zhao Zhao looked at Seito with disdain. His expression seemed to say that he was lying. "Are we ordinary?" Seito didn't care about Zhao Zhao's expression. He still calmly asked, "Is it normal for me to have my own world and be able to travel through various worlds at will?" "That's only you, not me." Zhao Zhao's expression froze when he heard this, but he still said stubbornly, "Since entering this place, you haven't been ordinary either. Not only you, but even Yuan has been the same," Seito said. Other than being possessed by Seito, Zhao Zhao didn't feel anything different about himself. He sneered and said, "How am I not ordinary?" On the side, Yuan and Bertolia also looked at Seito curiously. They wanted to know how they weren't ordinary after entering this place. "As my women, you and Yuan will break away from the category of ordinary people and obtain the ability to live forever," Seito said calmly. "As long as you don't die by accident, you will be with me forever." "Are you serious?" Zhao Zhao and Yuan, who were shocked by Seito's words, both looked at Seito in disbelief. Zhao Zhao even asked. Although Bertolia didn't say anything, a look of disbelief flashed through her eyes. "Currently, it's only possible in my world, but in the future, when my ability increases, you can also have the ability to live forever in other worlds," Seito said with certainty. Hearing Seito's confirmation, Zhao Zhao couldn't help but fall silent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Seito pulled Zhao Zhao back into his arms and asked softly, "Now, let's get back to the topic. Can you help me train Bertolia?" As Seito pulled and asked, Zhao Zhao, who recovered from the incredible shock, turned his head to look at Bertolia. After a moment, he retracted his gaze and asked, "What do you want me to train her with?" "Martial arts and ki. As for cultivation methods, Choose one of the cultivation methods in the health section of the city library. Say Ito quickly said when he saw that Zhao Zhou had calmed down and made a concession. I see, Zhao Zhao said. Say Ito, who had just finished talking, accompanied Zhao Zhao and Yuan Yuan for a long time. When the sky was dark, he said goodbye to Zhao Zhao, Yuan Yuan, and the newly moved Bertolia. He mobilized the power of the magic cube to go to the headquarters of the Pandora organization in the absolute pitiful world, Pandora Island, which had now become a tourist resort in the magic cube world. He found Margot, Natale, and Erica, who had stayed in the Pandora Hotel and began their month-long honeymoon. In the playful and diligent activities of making babies, 1.5 months passed in the blink of an eye. It's almost time. I should also go back to that world to take a look, so let's stop here this time. On this day, while enjoying lunch with Margot, Natale, and Erica, Sei Ito suddenly said. And Margot, who knew that Sei Ito had something important to do, agreed very understandingly. Then the four of them skipped this topic and continued to chat about daily trifles until the end of the lunch. After that, Ito-sei kissed Margot, Natale, and Erica goodbye. Under their gazes, he mobilized the power of the Rubik's Cube and disappeared before their eyes, appearing in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Send me back to Leluxiu's world, Sei Ito ordered. Beginning transmission. Chapter 763. P.S. Thanks to Nickfany for the tip. Phew, I'm finally back. Sei Ito exhaled as he appeared in Leluxiu's world. Then he activated instant transmission and returned to Luoyang's Zhujin city. My dear, as soon as Sei Ito's figure appeared, Kagura, who was bored and happened to see Sei Ito, happily stood up from her seat and ran toward Sei Ito while shouting, I'm back. Sei Ito reached out and hugged Kagura, then looked at Jiang Lihua, who also had a happy expression on her face, and said softly, Welcome back, my dear. Kagura hugged Sei Ito's waist tightly and looked up at him. Mhm. Sei Ito smiled and nodded in response. Has anything happened in the Empire recently? Sei Ito asked as he walked towards Jiang Lihua with Kagura in his arms. The ministers are all doing their jobs. Nothing worthy of attention has happened. Kagura replied. That's good. Sitting on the chair, Ito-sei reached out to hold Jiang Lihua's soft little hand and nodded. Someone come. Sei Ito then shouted towards the palace gate. Creak. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange sound was heard. Bien sure. One of the 6 maids that Kagura brought to the palace to serve on the night of the wedding walked in. Greetings, Your Majesty, Your Highness. Bien Shi-er, who was very reserved, bowed to the 3 of them. Send someone to summon Princess Ashford, as well as the maids who served you that night. Sei Ito ordered Bien sure. Also, send someone to pass on my orders. Immediately summon Princess Haida, Princess Felt, Princess Valletta, Princess Zhou Xianglin, Princess Cornelia, and Marshal Lishinka back to the capital. Yes, Your Majesty. Bien Shi-er agreed. Go. Sei Ito waved his hand. After receiving the order, Bien Shi-er bowed to Sei Ito, Kagura, and Jiang Lihua. He turned around and left the palace. After Bien Shi-er left, Kagura looked at Sei Ito with a charming expression and said, Honey, you brought Mireille and sending Bien Shi-er over as soon as you came back. Could it be that you want to sleep with us? Hearing Kagura's words, Jiang Lihua couldn't help but blush as she recalled the absurd scene she saw on her wedding night. Can't you think of something good in your little head? Hearing this, Ito Mori waved his hand lightly and slapped Kagura's little but with a pa sound and said with a helpless expression, If it's not for what I'm talking about, then what is it for? Why are you calling Bien Shi-er and the others as well? Kagura asked in confusion. It's rather complicated. You won't understand even if I tell you. You just need to listen to my arrangements, Sei Ito explained softly. Oh. Kagura pouted and responded in a low voice with a dissatisfied expression. However, Kagura was just putting on an act and quickly returned to her normal expression. She pestered Sei Ito and told him about the trivial and interesting things that happened while he was away. Creak. A few minutes later, a strange sound came from the palace gate again. Mireille, Bienchier, and the other maids, who were wearing the traditional palace dress of the Chinese Empire, walked into the palace one after another. "You're back." Mireille, who walked into the palace, quickly walked towards Sei Ito with a happy expression. I'm back." He removed his hand from Kagura's waist and Jiang Lihua's hand and opened his arms as if he wanted to hug Mireille. "Is it done?" Mireille asked as she threw herself into Sei Ito's arms. "It's done," Sei Ito said softly as he smelled the fragrance of Mireille's hair. "Well, since everyone is here, I'll send you back first." After a while, Sei Ito, who let go of Mireille, stood up from his seat and said, "Back there?" As the one who knew Sei Ito the most, Mireille naturally understood where Sei Ito was talking about. She asked one by one. Sei Ito nodded, then looked at Mireille and said, "After you go back, remember to take care of Kagura, Lihua, and the others." "I know." Mireille nodded in agreement. Then Sei Ito didn't say anything else and directly opened the Rubik's Cube world, sending the confused Kagura, Jiang Lihua, Bienchier, and the other maids and Mireille into the ecological city of the Rubik's Cube world. Now we just have to wait for Karen and the others to come back, Sei Ito thought as he sent them into the Rubik's Cube world. Then Sei Ito looked at the palace that suddenly became quiet. Then he slowly walked out of the palace and walked to the other palace where CC was, in order to make it easier to meet and guard. When Sei Ito arranged the palaces, he deliberately chose the palace closest to his residence, so even if he walked slowly, it took less than 10 minutes to reach CC's palace. Creak. Sei Ito, who came to the door of the palace, didn't say anything and directly opened the door and stepped in. "It seems that you have recovered from the initial shock." Sei Ito looked at CC, who was still lying on the bed eating pizza and watching TV, and smiled. "It's already like that. Why can't I recover?" CC only glanced at Sei Ito when she first heard his voice. Then she retracted her gaze and continued to watch the show on TV. "It's like CC." Sei Ito, who walked slowly to the bed and sat down, smiled. CC, who felt the bed tremble, ignored Sei Ito and continued to do her own thing. Sei Ito smiled softly and lay down on the bed. He put his head on CC's waist, put his hands on his abdomen, and closed his eyes to rest. "You seem to be a bit too familiar." Feeling the heavy feeling from her waist, CC was speechless. "I said from that day on, you are mine, so there's nothing to be familiar with." Sei Ito didn't open his eyes and didn't move his head. He still chuckled, and "I want to love you, and I want you to love me. How can we stay together for a long time without intimate contact? You want to win a woman's favor like this. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" CC sneered. CC, although you have lived for a long time and have seen all kinds of people and all kinds of feelings, you don't know enough about women and love itself. Sei Ito didn't care about CC's tone and replied with a smile. CC snorted unhappily, ignored Sei Ito, and continued to watch TV. Just like that, the palace once again fell into a strange silence, leaving only the noise from the television program echoing in the empty palace. "I'm going to rest, so you should leave." A few hours later, when the sky was completely dark, CC turned over and threw off Sei Ito's head, sat up from the bed, and said, "I'm also resting here today." Sei Ito turned his head slightly, opened his eyes, and smiled at CC. "Whatever." CC quietly looked at Sei Ito for a moment. Then she turned around, took off her clothes, and said, "It's just that your actions will only make me hate you more." "Really?" Sei Ito said with a smile as he listened to the rustling sound in his ears. Then, without waiting for CC to answer, he continued, "It doesn't matter whether it will or not, because we will have a lot of days together in the future, as long as I persevere. I'll let you get used to my existence, and all the hate will be gone." After Sei Ito finished speaking, he sat up from the bed with his waist and took off his clothes. Soon, like CC, only the necessary underwear was left on his body. "Good night." She then crawled into her bed. Sei Ito, who reached out and hugged CC in his arms, closed his eyes and said, Feeling the warmth from her back and waist, CC closed her eyes uneasily. Suppressing the strange feelings in his heart, he began to rest. Hearing the unstable breathing sound from CC's nose, Ito-sei, who had an inexplicable smile on his face, calmed down and fell asleep peacefully. The next day, Sei Ito, who had nothing to worry about, got up early from his bed. He lowered his head and kissed CC's forehead, who was woken up by his actions, but still pretended to be asleep. He put on his clothes and left the palace. He went to the Qianyuan Palace to host the first court meeting after returning. During this court meeting, Sei Ito also saw the Grand Marshal of the Hua Empire, Li Shinka, among the officials. In the midst of the chaos, the court meeting ended. Everyone, from tomorrow onwards, I will still leave the country. At that time, all the affairs of the country will be handed over to Marshal Li Shinka. When the ministers were about to leave the hall, Ito-sei opened his mouth and said loudly, "Your Majesty, you mustn't." As soon as his voice fell, before Li Shinka could say anything, an old minister on the side hurriedly rushed out and saluted to Ito-seiji. Before Sei Ito could say anything, the old official asked Sei Ito with a serious expression, "Your Majesty, are you going to hand the country over to Grand Marshal Li?" "I understand your concern, but since I can conquer the Hua Empire by myself, I am not afraid of anyone trying to usurp the throne," Sei Ito said confidently. He knew what the old official was worried about. "And I believe that Grand Marshal Li Shinka is not the person you are thinking of." Then Sei Ito looked at Li Shinka, whose expression changed slightly, and said with an expression that said, "I trust you. I trust you. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty." Li Shinka stepped out of the group of officials and knelt on one knee. Sei Ito nodded and looked at the officials who still wanted to say something, and said, "That is why I have made up my mind. There is no need for you to try to persuade me otherwise." "Yes, Your Majesty," the officials said in unison. "Li Shinka, stay here. The rest of you, wait until you are dismissed," Sei Ito said. "We will take our leave." The ministers bowed to Ito-sei again, turned around and left the Qianyuan Hall. Then they gathered together in twos and threes, discussing the matter of Dawnstar Siguo and their own worries. "Li Shinka, I hope you will not disappoint me." After all the officials left, Sei Ito looked at Li Shinka, who was half kneeling on the ground, and said slowly, "This official will definitely not disappoint Your Majesty." Li Shinka lowered his head again and said firmly, "In addition, when I leave this time, I will take the concubines with me, and the time is not fixed. At that time, if it leads to criticism from other ministers, you have to be mentally prepared." Ito-sei stood up from the jade seat and walked down the high platform while saying, "This official understands," Li Shinka replied. "Also, if there are any ministers who use criticism to mess up the court and disturb the world, I allow you to lead the army to pacify the world." Ito-sei said again as he walked down the high platform and slowly walked towards Li Shinka. "Yes, Your Majesty," Li Shinka replied. "Take the tiger talisman and go down." When he arrived in front of Li Shinka, Ito-sei handed the tiger talisman to her and said, "This official will take his leave." Li Shinka took the tiger tally with both hands and carefully put it away. Then he got up from the ground and strode out of Qianyuan Hall. After seeing Li Shinka leave, Ito-sei also didn't stay in the Heaven Origin Hall for long. He also turned around and left the Heaven Origin Hall, heading towards the harem to see Cornelia, Karen, Valletta, and Zhou Xianlin. "Your Majesty," Sei Ito, a chump. As soon as Sei Ito returned to the harem, Zhou Xianlin, Cornelia, Karen, and Valletta called out to him in unison. However, due to their different relationships, the four of them addressed him differently. For example, Zhou Xianlin and Cornelia addressed him as Your Majesty. Karen called him by his name, and Valletta addressed him more intimately. "Where's Yufei? Didn't I ask someone to bring her here?" After nodding, Ito-sei turned to look at the other seats in the hall and asked with a puzzled expression, "I don't know why you called us here, so I asked her to wait in the side hall," Cornelia replied. "Go and ask her to come here," Ito said. Okay, Cornelia replied and headed to the side hall. 2 minutes later, she returned to the main hall with Yufei. Karen, Valletta, I'll send you back with Cornelia, Xianlin, and Yufei. You two can take care of the three of them when you return, Ito said to Karen and Valletta when he saw Cornelia and Yufei returning. Okay, Karen and Valletta knew where Ito was referring to when he said back. What do you mean? Cornelia looked at Ito, Karen, and Valletta in confusion. You'll know later, Ito smiled at Cornelia and said mysteriously. Then, with a thought, he sent Cornelia, Yufei, Zhou Xianlin, Karen, and Valletta back to the Rubik's Cube world. Ito Sei, who had a close relationship with him, released his power and directly launched instant transmission to come to CC's palace, hugged her in his arms, and then launched instant transmission again and took her out of Zhujin City. After the assassination mission was arranged, he let her stay in the rebel country and didn't take back the dozen ninjas and the instant transmission ability user, Gana Hongye, and took them back into the Rubik's Cube world. At this point, all the people who have a close relationship with Ito in Leluxiu's world have been teleported. Chapter 764. Is this your real power? CC, who appeared in the Rubik's Cube world with Ito, looked at the surrounding environment and said, Yes. Ito said with his hands still around CC's waist, letting her back lean against his chest. Here, this is the bank card used in this world. If you want to buy anything, just swipe it. Then, Ito turned his hand and took out an anonymous bank card and handed it to CC. CC didn't hesitate and simply took the bank card from Ito's hand. Okay, I still have things to do, so I'll go first. I'll come back to see you when everything is over. Ito, who released CC from his arms, said, But before leaving, let's have a kiss. With that said, Ito, who was in front of CC, reached out and hugged her waist again, pulled her into his arms, lowered his head and kissed CC's lips, and stuck out his tongue to entangle with hers. Let's go. After a short while, Ito, who let go of CC, who was panting, said to her with a smile on his face. Then his figure flashed and disappeared in front of CC and appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, start devouring the rebellious Leluxiu world. Ito said to the void. Yes, Rubik's Cube replied. Begin sealing all space-time channels. Rubik's Cube prompt then appeared in Ito's mind. At the same time, several colorful and strange energies appeared in the void. As if controlled by an invisible hand, they changed into a mysterious and extraordinary magical formation, covering the space-time channels that only showed a faint trace in the void. What's going on? Ito, who saw the changes, frowned and asked. In order to prevent being affected by the rules of other worlds when devouring the world, all space-time channels connected to other worlds need to be temporarily sealed. Rubik's Cube explained. In other words, I can't go to other worlds while devouring? Ito asked. Yes. Rubik's Cube replied with certainty. Ito was speechless as he looked at the space-time passage that was gradually being sealed by the strange array. He said helplessly, Then what about the origin world? While devouring the world, the magic cube world will be suspended in the dimensional gap and cannot be connected to the main world, so the host cannot return to the main world. Rubik's Cube answered. That means I have to stay in the Rubik's Cube world until the end of the devouring, right? Ito, who got the answer, said weakly. Yes. Rubik's Cube replied emotionlessly. Sigh, do I really have to live the life of a stud horse for a period of time? Ito mocked himself as he looked up into the sky. The host can comprehend the rules of the devoured world here while devouring the world. For some unknown reason, the magic cube kindly reminded him. Oh. Ito's mind shook as he heard this. He expressed his doubts to the magic cube. During the process of devouring a world, the rules of the devoured world will appear on a large scale and erupt. The host can take this opportunity to comprehend the rules. The magic cube explained. So it's like this. Ito, who had finished browsing the information in his mind, muttered to himself with a look of realization. The space-time passage seal is complete. At this moment, the magic cube presented another message in Sei Ito's mind. Beginning the transfer of space-time coordinates. Beginning the dimensional distortion. Dimensional distortion complete. You have officially entered the dimensional gap. Before Sei Ito could react, another series of messages appeared in his mind. Space-time passage mode conversion. Conversion complete. Devouring begins. The next moment, 3 more messages appeared in Sei Ito's mind. As soon as the information was presented, the only space-time passage left in the Rubik's Cube world that was connected to the rebellious Lulu world suddenly changed. From a huge black hole vortex, it suddenly turned into a pitch-black circular tube. Then, it continued to expand at the other end of the vortex, causing the passage to become one end wide in the blink of an eye. A narrow cone with a bird's-eye view of the Lulu world was reflected in Sei Ito's eyes through the suddenly changed space-time passage. The moment the space-time channel was completed, a huge suction force came out of the space-time channel, sucking the space of the Leluxiu world in a strange way and falling into the ocean in the Magic Cube world. If there was someone watching from the dimensional sea, they would discover that an opening had suddenly appeared on one end of an oval-shaped sphere. It was like a water droplet that was about to drip but had not yet dripped from a faucet. It slowly shrank into the darkness that existed between the world and the world next to it. What a strong fluctuation of rules! Sei Ito, who had retreated a distance away from the influence of the suction force, felt the violent fluctuation of rules from the passage mouth, and exclaimed to himself with a look of amazement. Then he quickly calmed his mind and sat cross-legged in the void, as if he was sitting on the ground. He entered a deep meditation state with a special breathing technique. He woke up the innate spirit god that was in a deep sleep and comprehended the strong rules that were about to enter his body. After a while, a colorful energy that was the same color as the one that appeared when the space-time passage was sealed surrounded Sei Ito, protecting Sei Ito from any external influence. After an unknown period of time, Sei Ito, who had been sitting cross-legged in the void, trembled slightly and slowly opened his eyes that had been closed for an unknown period of time. In an instant, 2 dazzling silver-white rays of light shot out from Sei Ito's pupils like lightning, leaving behind a trace of light that slowly disappeared into the distant void. Is the devouring complete? Sei Ito, who was slowly restraining the mysterious aura emitted from his body, asked faintly. Yes. Rubik's Cube replied. How long has it been? Sei Ito asked again. 1.4 to 5 void universes. How long is that? Sei Ito, who had heard this kind of time rule for the first time, asked with a look of astonishment. Converted to the time of the main world, it is 11 days, 6 hours, and 33 minutes. Rubik's Cube explained with the time standard that Sei Ito understood. You mean 11 days have passed in the main world? Sei Ito asked with a look of surprise. Yes, Rubik's Cube confirmed. Sei Ito was speechless and fell silent. He thought to himself, fortunately, I'm currently in the outside cultivation stage. If I were at home and disappeared for 11 days, it would be strange if Mother, Big Sister, and Linai weren't worried to death. After thinking, Sei Ito looked down at his palm and softly muttered to himself, but these 11 days aren't in vain. At the very least, my strength has risen to the peak of A+. Once I return to the main world and convert the rules that I've comprehended into the main world's rules, I'll be able to officially step into half-step S rank. That's right, in these 4 to 5 void universes, that is, in the 11 days in the main world, who knows how many years in the dimensional world, Ito Sei, who was wholeheartedly comprehending the rules, raised his strength to the peak of level A+. And not only that, but he had also completely sorted out his messy abilities. He had connected ninjutsu, superpower, yin-yang technique, Taoist technique, martial arts, alchemy, dragon vein alchemy, and psychic ability with the rules that he had comprehended. Using the purified and upgraded energy as the source, he had carried out a unified reorganization. Once again, he had returned his strength to the system of refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into Tao. For example, lightning release in ninjutsu, electric discharge in superpower, and thunder in Taoist technique. As long as Seito was willing, he could release these three abilities in any form with just a thought. There was no need to be rigidly bound by the distinction between Taoist technique, ninjutsu, and electric discharge. While the comprehension is still fresh, let's refine the rough rules in the Rubik's Cube world. Seito, who withdrew his gaze, looked up at the void hand and said, "There is a perfectly round object that was born from the heavens and earth. I don't know its name, but I call it Tao." Then Seito mobilized the surging world force in the Rubik's Cube world after devouring a world. Using Laozi's Tao Te Ching as a starting point, he began to refine the rules of the Rubik's Cube world. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of world force immediately condensed into a gray ball in the void like the sun. It slowly rotated under Seito's gaze. Divide. Seeing this, Seito stretched out his finger and shot a lightning bolt into the gray ball with a combination of Taoist thunder. The lightning bolt was so fast that it shot into the gray ball in the blink of an eye. Then there was a loud boom. With a loud bang, the gray ball immediately split into two rolling clouds in front of Ito's Sei, and then tightly clenched together. With the innate chi, chaos begins to divide. Thus, there is Tai Chi. Seito's understanding of the rules emerged in his mind as he manipulated the world force to evolve. At this time, the two clouds of energy that were clenched together shook slightly and suddenly formed a round pancake that was chasing each other, spinning at high speed in the void. Tai Chi divides into yin and yang, and yin and yang move into the four symbols. Seito said again. As soon as his voice fell, the high-speed rotating pancake suddenly split apart and combined with the four elemental formations of earth, water, fire, and wind that suddenly appeared around the pancake, forming the original rules of the Rubik's Cube world, forming a new four symbols of earth, water, fire, and wind. The four symbols combined to form the five elements, and the five elements evolved to form the yin and yang. Seito recited. With Seito's words, the four symbols of earth, water, fire, and wind combined and split into five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These five elements represented the purity of energy, the movement of energy, the rhythm of energy, the eruption of energy, and the deposition of energy. Then combined with the five elemental energy planets that suddenly appeared around Seito, the birth of yin and yang, or the combination of yin and yang, formed a miniature energy world that constantly changed in front of Seito's eyes. Chapter 765. The 8 trigrams replace the heavens and earth. The 4 symbols and 5 forms form the 8 trigrams. Looking at the small energy world in front of him, Seito continued to speak with his understanding of the rules. As his voice fell, the already chaotic and disorderly world of energy changed again. Lightning, wind, swamp, mountain rock, raging fire, cold water, hard metal, living wood, and so on appeared in the disorderly small world of energy. They transformed into all kinds of solid matter, transforming the small world of energy into a real small world. Disperse. Seeing the formation of this small world, Seito nodded with satisfaction. As soon as his voice fell, this newly born, unstable small world suddenly scattered into countless energy particles. Then, with a sudden burst of strange fluctuations, it spread out all around the Magic Cube world. At this time, the huge world power in the Magic Cube world suddenly shook and disappeared in the Magic Cube world at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although these rules are only the beginning, they have the self-evolving nature of the 8 trigrams. In the future, I don't have to worry about the rules in the Magic Cube world. As long as I comprehend more rules and absorb more world power, I will be fine. Feeling the weak rules gradually born in the Magic Cube world, Seito said to himself happily, "Now it's time to swallow the sea world." Seito looked down at the world of Leluxiu that had become a continent. Then with a thought, he summoned the will energy group to his side, then closed his eyes and projected most of his spiritual will into the will energy group, and turned into a shadow with the will energy group. It appeared in the core area of the sea world. Tisk, through the will energy group, Seito saw the core of the sea world again. He first sighed and then drove the will energy group to break through the self-defense barrier of the sea world's core without hesitation. When he came to the core of the sea world, he swallowed the sea world's core like an ant swallowing an elephant. And you dare to resist. Although World Sea was a newborn collective will and had not yet entered the third stage of awakening, it still resisted the willpower of the energy mass. However, its core still had Seito's imprint. When Seito unleashed his aura, the core of World Sea restrained its resistance despite its reluctance. The surface of the ball of light continued to fluctuate as it endured Seito's willpower. Without the autonomous resistance of the sea world, Seito had no more trouble devouring the willpower cluster. He focused on controlling the willpower cluster to devour World Sea. At first, because the willpower energy was too weak, the devouring speed was very slow. However, he couldn't stop the willpower energy from growing too fast. After biting off a piece of meat from the core of World Sea like an apple, the willpower energy that suddenly swelled up became even faster. Like a starving child, it gnawed on the core of World Sea with a poochie-poochie sound. Just like that, the size of the willpower energy cluster continued to grow, and the devouring speed continued to increase. Gradually, the sea world's core, which was disproportionate to the willpower energy cluster's power, completely lost its ability to resist and was devoured by the willpower energy cluster. Only the core of the willpower core was left, trembling violently like a little girl who had been persecuted. It's better to have a short pain than a long pain. Come on. Seito chuckled when he saw this. He manipulated the willpower to become many times larger than its original size. The willpower energy cluster, which was many times stronger than before, opened its mouth and swallowed the willpower core of World Sea. However, as soon as the willpower core entered the willpower energy cluster, it was like a criminal who had entered a desperate situation. It rushed towards Seito, who was the core of the willpower energy cluster, and started to devour him in reverse. Let's see who's stronger between us. Feeling the willpower core's willpower, Seito gathered all the energy under his control in the willpower energy cluster to strengthen himself. He also rushed towards the willpower core and started to devour it. Unfortunately, although the willpower core had willpower, it was not in the awakening stage. Without its own consciousness, how could it be a match for someone like Seito, who had such a perfect mind? After a short stalemate, it was surrounded by Seito's power and started to devour it. After a while, as the last small piece of the willpower core was devoured by Seito, the core of World Sea had completely become Seito. At the same time, it also represented that World Sea had truly become Seito's power from now on. Thump, 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 thump. At this moment, a sound like a human's heartbeat suddenly rang out in the willpower energy cluster. What's going on? Because the willpower energy cluster was growing too quickly, Seito, who could not control it completely, frowned as he listened to the sound in the willpower energy cluster. However, before Seito could figure out the reason for this sound, the willpower energy cluster suddenly underwent a new change. He saw that the willpower energy cluster that had just expanded by an unknown number of times suddenly contracted and condensed as if it had been attacked at a vital point. Seito, who could not understand this change, immediately became more cautious. He surrounded the willpower energy that was still under his control and formed a defensive barrier, preparing carefully. However, in the next moment, a cool energy suddenly entered Seito's body through an unknown channel, strengthening its existence and increasing its power. At the same time, A feeling similar to enlightenment appeared in Sei Ito's heart. So that's how it is. It turns out that because the energy has reached the standard, it broke through the nascent stage and entered the incubation stage. Sei Ito, who had browsed through the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, suddenly understood. Then he let go of his mind and concentrated on absorbing the cool energy that was gradually delivered to him. After an unknown amount of time, as the cool energy gradually decreased and maintained a stable level of transmission, Sei Ito opened his eyes again. It's smaller again, but the power has increased. And in terms of control, it's a lot stronger than when it just swallowed the sea world. Sei Ito looked at the willpower energy cluster that had shrunk a lot and thought to himself, hee, now the sea world is mine. Little Mouse VV and Charluji, Britannia, let's see where you can hide. Sei Ito, who then thought of something, chuckled. Then he closed his eyes again and searched for the sea world with the identity of the new core, Cha Lulu, who had VV and GSS. Found them. Soon, VV and Cha Lulu's appearance appeared in Sei Ito's mind. Die. Sei Ito moved his mind. As soon as Sei Ito's mind fell, VV and Cha Lulu, who were in a certain underground complex, were stunned at the same time. Then they fell to the ground like two soulless bodies. CC, looking at the two people who died, Sei Ito smiled and once again contacted CC, who was the last code. Sei Ito, CC, whose spiritual consciousness suddenly appeared in the sea world, looked at Sei Ito and called out. It's just that at this time, Sei Ito gave CC a very strange feeling, as if the entire sea world was inseparable. I finally completely control the sea world. From now on, as long as I want, we can connect at any time. Sei Ito, who transformed into a spiritual consciousness, said as he walked to CC. You called me here just to tell me this? After hearing Sei Ito's words, CC, who understood why Sei Ito gave her that feeling, tilted her head and said, Yes, because only you can share this joy with me. Sei Ito came in front of CC, reached out and hugged CC, deeply inhaling the fragrance of CC's hair, and said, I also want to see what this pure spiritual contact feels like. Sei Ito, who gently looked back at CC, chuckled. Then, without waiting for CC to react, he lowered his head and gently kissed CC's pure lips. In an instant, a strange feeling appeared in both Sei Ito and CC's hearts at the same time, connecting the two of them, allowing them to browse a part of each other's memories. No, don't look at my memories. CC, who realized that her memories were being read, panicked and pushed away Sei Ito in front of her and said loudly, It's okay. You will never be lonely again in the future. We will be together forever. Sei Ito, who tightly hugged CC in his arms, comforted her softly. Hearing Sei Ito's comfort, although CC was still resisting, it was not as fierce as before. Look at my memories, look at my love for you. Sei Ito, who discovered the change in CC, continued. Then, he pulled out his impression and understanding of her, as well as the feelings that gradually grew in the bottom of his heart for her, and through the connection created when they kissed again, he showed it to CC. See? After a moment, Sei Ito looked at CC and said with a smile, Showing your memories to others by force. You really have a bad taste. CC looked at Sei Ito and said sarcastically, but he didn't know if it was his illusion. But Sei Ito felt that CC's attitude towards him had some subtle changes. From now on, only you can enter the entire sea world. No one else can enter here. This will be a private garden that belongs to you and me. Sei Ito, who believed that his feelings should be right, smiled slightly and said to CC with a smile while changing the entire sea world into a huge courtyard. I have already given you the authority. You can arrange this place however you want. I will go and get rid of the ruins outside. Sei Ito, who let go of CC, continued. Then, his figure disappeared in front of CC's eyes, and at the same time, Sei Ito's spiritual will in the willpower energy cluster also returned to his body. Ito, who opened his eyes again, controlled the power of the Rubik's Cube to sweep toward the Luxiu world that he just named Continent C. He destroyed and annihilated all the ruins on the continent that could connect to the Sea world, completely cutting off the possibility of connecting to the Sea world. Chapter 766. P.S. Thank you to Nick Finney for the tip. He closed his eyes and sensed the situation on the sea continent. After finding that there were no problems, he nodded with satisfaction. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from the void and appeared in the void below the Rubik's Cube world. In the past, I was going to go to the world of Boundary Masters to learn the method of creating a real world and build my own underworld to provide for the reincarnation of souls to make up for the human reproduction problem in the ecological city. Now, I don't have to go through so much trouble. I just need to use the Rubik's Cube's power to temporarily make up for the human reincarnation loophole in the ecological city. Ito looked up at the dark bottom of the two continents and thought. After thinking about it, Ito didn't hesitate and waved his hand at the bottom of the sea continent. A huge vortex, exuding mysterious power, suddenly appeared in the void below the sea continent. Ito didn't even look at the dark vortex that suddenly appeared. He waved his other arm and waved at the bottom of the Rubik's Cube continent. A deep and stagnant dark hole immediately appeared at the bottom of the Rubik's Cube continent. Connect. After summoning the vortex and the hole, Ito moved the world power in the Rubik's Cube world, which was still decreasing, to the front of him. He used his mind to change the world power into a strange passage, connecting the hole and the vortex together. At this time, Ito's movement still didn't stop. He waved his hand again toward the void, and a large group of remaining willpower energy, which was reserved for special situations, appeared in Ito's hand. He waved his hand and penetrated it into the passage formed by the power of the world. At this time, the mass of soul fragments that merged into the passage suddenly scattered. Like countless fireflies, they flickered with cold blue light and moved toward the hole at the bottom of the Rubik's Cube continent. The moment they touched the hole, they were wrapped and swallowed by a strange power and disappeared in the dark hole. Seeing this, Ito frowned slightly. He immediately closed his eyes and connected his mind to the Rubik's Cube. He paid attention to the Rubik's Cube world from the perspective of God, especially any movement on the Rubik's Cube continent. Soon, more than a dozen strange void ripples appeared in Ito's perception. Then, under Ito's close attention, soul cores that were completely different from the fragments that were thrown into the passage emerged from the ripples and floated in the sky. After a short while, they seemed to be attracted by something like meteors. They were projected into the ecological city in the south and the ninja village in the east, and entered into the bodies of the women who were carrying out human relations affairs. It seems that it's a success. Ito, who saw everything, slowly withdrew his thoughts, opened his eyes, and looked at the passage in front of him with a smile on his face. Hide! Then, Ito's mind moved, and the vortex, the hole, and the passage connecting them disappeared again. Now that the will energy cluster has entered the incubation stage, it's not enough to rely on the previous soul fragments to feed it. It's just a good idea to stop using the soul fragments to feed it. I'll put the remaining soul fragments into the Rinkai system, Ito thought as he returned to the sky above the Rubik's Cube continent and looked down at the ground. Sure enough, if I want to grow the will energy cluster, it's more convenient to devour the world. Ito sighed softly. Then, Ito's figure flashed again and appeared in the Jujube house in the ecological city. He then picked up Mayo, who was training Bertolia in the dojo, and called Yuan, who was watching the training from the side. He brought the two of them back to Mayo's bedroom, took off their clothes with his teleportation ability, and began the absurd act of having sex in broad daylight. Then, he left the Jujube house the next morning and found Karen, Valletta, Zhou Xianlin, and Cornelia. After spending a day with them, Once again, they engaged in an intense round of sleeping with a blanket and moving clouds. Then the third day, the fourth day, just like that, he spent 5 days entwining with the souls and bodies of all the women he had sex with. After relieving his yearning, he put his energy back into business. On this morning, Sei Ito, Mayan Fanshan, Meili Tosaki, and Li Tianmin suddenly appeared in the void above Continent C. You two should be familiar with Mayan and Meili here, right? Sei Ito pointed at Luoyang City below. Now, this world has been completely devoured by the world I control. In other words, it is completely under my control. Then, without waiting for Mayan Fanshan and Meili Tosaki to answer, he directly said, "And the reason I brought you, Mayan, Meili, and Master Li Tianmin here today is also for this reason." Sei Ito then turned to look at Mayan Fanshan, Meili Tosaki, and Li Tianmin. "If I give you the right to preach on this continent, what do you think?" Sei Ito looked at Mayan Fanshan and the other two's expressions with interest. "Sei Ito-sama, is what you said true?" Li Tianmin, who was wholeheartedly focused on developing the sect, immediately asked after Sei Ito finished speaking. "I've already brought you here, what do you think?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked in return. "Thank you, Master." Seeing Sei Ito's reaction, how could Li Tianmin not understand Sei Ito's reaction? He cupped his fists excitedly and bowed to Sei Ito. "You're very considerate." Mayan Fanshan's lips curled into an undetectable smile. "Thank you." Terumi Tosaki also expressed her gratitude to Itsunari, which was a rare occasion. "Let's go. We'll go down and choose the location of your training grounds so that I can set up a spatial door for you. After all, this continent is separated from the continent we're on by an ocean." Sei Ito turned his gaze back to Continent C and said. Then, with a thought, he brought Mayan Fanshan, Meili Tosaki, and Li Tianmin to Continent C. Then, the group of 4 flashed and stopped. After browsing through most of the regions, the 3 of them finally chose their respective preaching locations. As Japanese, Mayan Fanshan and Meili Tosaki chose to set up their training grounds in Japan, which they were more familiar with. Similarly, as a Chinese, Li Tianmin chose to set up his training grounds in Hunan province of the Chinese Empire. He was prepared to rely on the imperial capital, Luoyang, for development. Seeing that the 3 of them had chosen their locations, Sei Ito didn't beat around the bush. He directly used the power of law to change the terrain and used alchemy to complete the construction of the training grounds and training grounds that met their requirements. Okay, done. In the future, you just need to use the spatial door in your residences to freely travel between your training grounds and your residences in the cities. Sei Ito said after setting up the spatial door and connecting it. "Sorry to trouble you, sir." Compared to the taciturn Fanshan and Meili Tosaki, Li Tianmin cupped his fists and thanked Sei Ito. "It's nothing." Sei Ito waved his hand casually and said, "Let's go. I'll send you back." Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Sei Ito said to Mayan Fanshan and the other 2. Then, with a thought, he brought Mayan Fanshan, Meili Tosaki, and Li Tianmin back to the ecological city and sent them back to their respective residences. Then, Sei Ito, who was alone again, didn't stop. He waved his hand and summoned a pile of materials in front of him. With the power of the magic cube, he made all the materials in front of him into spatial doors. He placed them in various bustling cities across the entire sea continent like transportation hubs. Then, with a thought, he summoned Cornelia, Yufei, Karen, Valletta, Miley, Zhou, Xianlin, Kagura, Jiang Lihua, Cecil, Nina, Lakshata, and the 6 maids to his side. "Follow me." After everyone greeted him, Sei Ito, who was holding the handle of the spatial door, smiled at everyone. Then, he reached out and activated the spatial door, and took the lead to walk into the spatial barrier that looked like glass paste mixed with dye and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Behind him, Cornelia and the others didn't hesitate when they saw this. One by one, they walked into the spatial door and disappeared behind the strange spatial barrier. "This is Vermilion Forbidden City?" Cornelia, who walked out first, was surprised when she saw the familiar decoration in the room. Yes. Seito looked at Cornelia and the others who walked out one after another behind her and nodded with a smile. Then he asked with a smile, "Surprise, right?" Hearing Seito's question, Cecil and Nina, who understood the principle of the spatial door, nodded in confusion. As for Cornelia and the others, who didn't understand the specific principle of the spatial door, but also felt that they shouldn't be here at this time, they also nodded subconsciously. It's very simple, because the world you were born in has been swallowed by the world I control. Now it's no longer a world. It's a supercontinent in my world. Seito looked at everyone's expression with interest and announced. As soon as Seito's voice fell, Yu Fei, Miley, Cecil, Nina, and Jiang Lihua subconsciously exclaimed one after another. Now everyone is free to move around. You can go wherever you want. If you want to go outside and take a look, there's a spatial door over there. The connection point has been written next to it. You can choose by yourself. Seito pointed at a door in a strange position not far away in the palace and smiled. After that, Seito ignored the surprised crowd and turned around to walk out of the hall. He went straight to the imperial study and ordered someone to summon Lishinka and the cabinet ministers. "Greetings, Your Majesty." A moment later, Lishinka and the cabinet ministers who walked into the imperial study one after another saluted in unison. "You may rise," Seito said calmly. "I've summoned all of you here to announce two things. The first is that I've returned, but I won't be staying in the palace for too long. However, you can rest assured that I'll be back every now and then to take charge of government affairs. I won't disappear for a long time like this time." Seito looked at the cabinet ministers and Lishinka, who were standing not far away, and announced straightforwardly. "The second is that when I'm not here, Consort Cornelia, Consort Kagura, and Consort Zhou Xianglin will be in charge of the domestic affairs. All of you will assist them." "Yes, Your Majesty." The cabinet ministers and Lishinka knew Seito's temper and knew that it was useless to object. They all saluted and accepted the order. "Lishinka, hand over the Tiger Troop talisman and you may all leave." Seito waved his hand and said after seeing the cabinet ministers accept the order. "Yes, Your Majesty. We will take our leave." The cabinet ministers once again saluted Seito, then turned around and left the imperial study. In contrast to the cabinet ministers, Lishinka first took out the Tiger Troop talisman and handed it to Seito, then turned around and left the imperial study. A newly absorbed world is troublesome. I still need to adjust it a bit. Seito muttered to himself as he played with the Tiger Troop talisman in his hand. He then put away the Tiger Troop talisman, got up, and walked out of the imperial study. He returned to the palace and informed Consort Cornelia, Kagura, and Zhou Xianglin of his decision. "After you've had your fun, don't forget about the important matters." Seito looked at Milei and the others who had important positions in the ecological city and reminded them. "Got it." Milei waved her hand nonchalantly. Seito saw this and shook his head helplessly. He then disappeared in front of Consort Cornelia and the others and reappeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. "Rubik's Cube, can we now unseal the space-time channel and travel between planes?" Seito asked the void. "Not for the time being." The Rubik's Cube's information appeared in Seito's mind and replied. "What?" Seito, who had finished browsing the information, frowned slightly and asked. "Because the Leluxiu world in the mouth of the host was swallowed. It caused a dimensional shock that affected half of the dimensional sea. Most of the dimensional worlds have shifted positions, and the space-time coordinates have changed. The space-time points are unstable, so it is not suitable for traveling between planes." The Rubik's Cube explained. "What's with all the fuss? This is my own influence, really." Seito, who had figured out the reason, shook his head speechlessly and muttered to himself. He then adjusted his mood and asked again, "How long will this influence last? Time is unknown. Can you send me back to the main world?" Looking at the bright information that appeared in his mind, Seito suddenly thought of something. His expression changed slightly and he quickly asked, "Yes." The Rubik's Cube replied affirmatively. "Phew, that's good." Say Ito, who got the answer, allowed a light sigh, then quickly ordered, "Send me back to the main world immediately." Yes. Start of transmission. As soon as the Rubik's Cube's information fell, a huge suction force suddenly appeared around Sei Ito's body. It sucked Sei Ito, who gradually appeared around him, into a huge vortex that suddenly appeared above the void. After a while, he turned into a stream of light and was annihilated in the center of the vortex. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.